Shabath Shalawam, Shabath Shalawam. Alright, Shabath Shalawam. It feels good. It feels good, man, to serve the brothers, serve Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, help one another. Alright, always. So, hey, first and foremost, all praises be to Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, Bahasham, Kakadash. Double honors to the elders, apostles, and bishops of the Great Millstone, also known as GMS, which rule well, teach properly, right, and with all sincerity. Shalawam also to the Lord's hopeful elect, 144,000 men, as well as 1/3 men, women, and children, maintaining themselves, keeping the laws, commandments, and statutes to the best of their ability. It's your brother Yaram Kazak back with hopefully another edifying lesson through the spirit and power and strength of Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, Bahasham, Rikaha Kadash. Right? You know, back at it, man. And we on another new moon Shabath. Right? Once again. And I pray this be an edifying lesson to brothers and sisters, man. You know, just tuning in or always tuning in, whatever it may be. I pray that you take notes. Alright, I'm about to just go wherever the spirit leads me. I just want to fellowship with the brothers tonight. You know, as we do around this time. Alright, so I'm gonna get the brothers about, brothers and sisters about 2 minutes to get up in here. Hey, shalawam to every brother and sister coming in right now that I see. JK, shalawam, bro. Awesome, shalawam. All right, Pharaoh, I see you checking out the page. Shalawam to you. All right. So get the brothers about a minute or 2 minutes, man. Go get the Palo Santo and get my lighter, my torch. I'll be right back. So be right back. 2 minutes. Share the live if you want to. All right, let's get into it. Hey, all right. Hey, I left. Only one person came in here since I left. TikTok, man, what's up with you? I'm gonna talk to TikTok first, man. TikTok, what did I do to you? Why do you keep shadow banning my lives like this? Right? I ain't do nothing to you, okay? You know, if we got issues, we could talk it out. TikTok, stop holding grudges. All right? What did I do to you? I come on here. I be on here about 3 hours, right? I'm contributing to your app, okay? Regardless, some of the things I say you may not like. I'm just saying, shit, stop shadow banning us, man. Let the brothers and sisters see my live. All right, Shalawam, Yahawashi, Yahawashi, Barak, Ahtham, the brothers and sisters coming up in, man. I'm saying. What do you mean? You keep saying 10 minutes. What you mean 10 minutes? Is it like frozen? 10 minutes. I don't know what that brother talking about. You keep saying 10 minutes. Hey, I'm a Taza. You gotta put that in CP time. If I say 10 minutes, it's gonna be 20 minutes, all right? You know? If I say 5 minutes, it's gonna be 10 minutes, right? Shoot. Yeah, that's Habakkuk 2 and 3, right? Matter of fact, we're gonna start the lesson with that. You act like Jake gonna be 100% on time. I do my best. At least I'm on live. All right, so let's get into it, man. Shabath Shalawam, Shabath Shalawam. We are in the new moon Shabath. You know, good to see everybody. If brothers want to come up, just come up. After the live is almost done, you know, oh, Khan, yeah. We ain't doing that tonight. All right, when I say I got 10 minutes left, we are not teaching for another hour like we did last night. All right. When I say I got to get up off here, we getting up off of here. Nah, it be the spirit, though. We just moving. Let's go to Habakkuk 2, 1 through 3. Right? And Shabbat Shalawam. I will stand upon my watch and set me upon the tower and will watch to see what he will say unto me and what I shall answer when I am reproved. So, this is brothers. This is all the prophets. What are we doing? We standing on our watch. We back in those times, right? Whatever time we was regenerated and we was moving in, we was on our watch. Now we back and we on our watch. We looking, we watching. We're still waiting on certain prophecies that was told to pass. So as a watchman, you are watching constantly. You're checking. A watchman, you're going to be diligent. Because you don't want to give a bad report, a false report. What do false reports do for individuals, you know, in the military or whatever it may be? You know, what is it going to do? You come back and say it's 5,000 troops coming, but it's really 10,000 troops. You didn't report correctly. Therefore, let's say it's 5,000 troops. I might send 8,000, but it's really 10,000. You just reported 5,000 because you saw that. You didn't see the other 5,000 hiding behind the mountain, right? So as a watchman, you have to be diligent. You have to be circumspect. Let's go get that precept. This is Exodus 23 and 13. And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of other gods, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. This is why we can relay and tell individuals when they're calling on these false names. Okay? You know, Yahweh, Yeshua, Yahuwah, Jesus, etc., Jehovah, whatever it may be. They're not circumspect. They didn't actually look at this scripture and take it to heart. They didn't take heed to the word, right? So you have to be circumspect. You have to be diligent. You got to be studied. You got to be a learned man. Not learned in a worldly wisdom of the world type sense, but through the Holy Spirit, through the Rakakadash. That's the best type of learning you can take in, through the elders, through the ones that came before you, who's encountered and went through it, right? That's where you want to get, because that's where the fountain is, right? That's where that living water, which is flowing from them, you want it to flow into you. So therefore, it can flow from you and it flow into others. Seeds drop seeds. Therefore, seeds grow up and drop more seeds. It's all just a big garden. It's all just a big garden, right? Back to Habakkuk 2:2. And Yahawah answered me and said, write the vision and make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come, it will not tarry. So what does that mean? Wait for it. Wait is synonymous with enduring, having stamina, holding out, being steadfast. All right? Hold fast. You have to hold fast. You got to hold fast to prophecy. You got to be steadfast, holding on to sound doctrine. You can't just start breaking and folding whenever times get hard. Okay? Let's go to 1 Peter, the 5th chapter. And I want to start at the top. Right? The elders which are among you, I exhort, who am also an elder and a witness of the sufferings of Hamashiach, and also a partaker of the glory that shall be revealed. Feed the flock of power which is among you. Brothers, feed the flock. We all got different amounts of sheep. Some brothers got hundreds of sheep. Some brothers got 10 sheep. Some brothers got 5 sheep. Regardless of how many sheep you have, your sheep might just be your family. You might not be going out on the highways and hedges preaching on the, that may not be in your spirit to do that, right? Every brother is not on the street. We understand that. Some brothers is just in the comments doing what they doing, supporting, etc., right? That's something I had to learn early on. So every brother ain't going to be no prophet, right? But brothers is going to be able to take in this knowledge. So if it just be you and your household, feed your household. Teach them correctly. Teach them properly. I promise, man, if you teach your household properly, Yahawah see you taking that talent that he gave you and you flipping it in your household. You got your wife calling on Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, your kids. All right, y'all keeping the Shabath correctly. Y'all keeping the feast days, etc. Then he see that you took heed to the word and you put some effort in and you did a what? What I said earlier in the live we did earlier. A whole 360. You took a whole 360 diet. You change. You stop eating the fast food. You stop eating the pork, lobster, crab, shellfish, crawfish, cockroach. That's what they are. They just big roaches, right? You stop eating that BS. You change. You and your household change for the better. I think, man, like Christians be like, y'all do this and y'all do that. Aren't we changing you for the better? Right? Y'all may say some of us are too aggressive. The scriptures say, although I be rude in speech, yet not in knowledge. Right? At the end of the day. So tell me where I went off. What? At least I'm bringing out scriptures. At least I'm bringing out scriptures. Okay? We bring out more scriptures in 5 minutes than your pastor bring out all month. Maybe the 5 sermons that he do. All right? We bring out more scriptures in 5 minutes. All right? Keeping it going. Verse 2 again. Feed the flock of power, which is among you, taking the oversight thereof, not by constraint, but willingly, not for filthy lucre's sake, but of a ready mind. This right here should not be no chore to you. If it's a chore to you, that's a demon on you. It's you. I don't want to do a lesson, man. I don't want to go out. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. You got a murmuring spirit about you. You complaining. You're malicious. Well, shut up and don't do it then. Stop. Go back into the world. All right? We don't want to be around nobody that's complaining. Okay? So you want to do this and it wants to be, I'm telling you, it should feel good. Because guess what? You're fighting for your own salvation. How does that not feel good to you? Right? You should rejoice when this word is brought out. When you hear this word. When you get these breakdowns. When you get this understanding. When you're dealing with somebody and you see that they are taking it in and it's resonating with them. Right? JK, you still up in here? Let me see. If JK is still in here, I love to see that brother in here because that brother came in here, last week? And he's been coming ever since. Right? So it's beautiful to see that brother up in here. Another person, Ashton. Maybe he'll come through tonight. right? A new brother, a babe coming through. It's good to see new brothers coming back because it's resonating with them and they're coming back to take in the knowledge. They're coming back and they're like, man, this is it. This is the truth. I've been searching for this my entire life. At least that's how I felt when I started listening to the elders, when I started going to camp, when I started watching and studying and producing lessons myself. This is what we've been looking for our whole life. The brotherhood should feel like that. This should not feel like a chore, bro. It should not feel like a chore. Okay? Keeping it going. Let's read that one more time, man. Feed the flock of power which is among you, taking the oversight thereof, not by constraint, but willingly, not for filthy lucre, but of a ready mind. It's a scripture that says, the elders that rule over you, you pray that they don't do it with and for brother Noah, you pray that they don't do it in like it's annoyance to them. You don't want it to be an annoyance to them. Meaning that you constantly going off, you constantly BSing, you're not taking heed to the word. You doing this and doing that. You jumping back into the world, jumping back into the truth. You're making it hard for the elders that rule over you to rule over you. That's why brothers get kicked out. I was watching Elder Michael Allah's live yesterday, the elder out here in LA, and he was talking about brothers getting kicked out, right? We hate to see that. You hate to see brothers falling out. Brothers do get kicked out though, okay? And it's because they don't want to take heed. They get corrected and they don't want to get right. You still doing this, you still doing that. What are you doing, right? Do you actually care about Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi or not? Because once you get to that position where you doing things that could possibly blame the ministry, hey man, you gotta go. If you don't take the correction, you doing too much, bro. All right, the government will come after you because they know, it's a demon on you. So they're going to use you to blame the community. They're going to use you to blame the ministry. Like, yeah, this brother, he constantly talking about beating his wife. He constantly talking about boom, boom, boom. That's blaming the ministry. We don't touch our women, man. Okay? I've never laid my hands on my woman. All right? Like that. So, but I bet you it's a reporter out there that wanna find some Hebrew Israelite that abuses their women. And they would run with that story and it'll be plastered all over the 7 o'clock news. Okay? At the end of the day. So you got agents out here, individuals out here that are set up, spies they came in to spy out our liberty. All right? Confusion agents. That's what they're called also. All right, individuals that come in, Shalawam, Shalom, bro. Hey, Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, Barak, right? Yeah, I know you saw that. I know you saw that lesson the elder did last night. Yeah. But this nigga in the back of his mind, he plotting on how to take you down. In the back of his mind, he's plotting on how to destroy you. He's plotting on how to bring blame to the ministry. He's waiting on that moment. He has to get in. He got to get into a good position. Watch. Hey, if you ain't never watched Donnie Brasco, go watch that movie. If you ain't never watched In Too Deep, go watch that movie. You ain't never watched these movies where individuals are going extremely deep cover. They play along. They fit in. These are agents. This is what we talking about. Every camp has been infiltrated. Every camp. Great Millstone, IUIC, ISUPK. Even the leadership of certain camps have been infiltrated. We can tell by the things that they teach. Some of them do it for what? For filthy lucre's sake. All right? Some teach for money. Some merchandise the truth. Verse 3, neither as being lords over powers, heritage, but being ensamples to the flock. Your elder should be an example of what you should be doing. I look on my YouTube, Elder Apostle Tahar, I believe he put out like 2 lessons, maybe 3 lessons a day. I have to check the YouTube. I know he put out at least 1. I know that, right? Elder Apostle Ramla was live earlier, okay? Elder Apostle Ricard normally goes live every single day. All right, Elder Apostle Gabar normally drops a video every day, right? These are examples. how we supposed to carry ourselves. I'm going to get y'all brothers precepts, man. Sirach 33 and 17. So you have no reason to complain. You a 20-year-old, you 25, you 27, you 28, you 30, you 32, you 35, right? You talking about, man, I can't get out on the street, you know, my back hurting. Man, Elder Apostle Tahar in his 60s, bro. Fuck is you talking about? Man, well, it's cold out there. Once again, our elders live New York, Connecticut. They live up there where it's cold. I'm talking about cold. When I went to Buffalo, bro, that shit cold. I didn't want to go back. And it snowed. That's some cold that I don't, and I like the snow. I'm from North Carolina where it snows damn near every winter. It'll snow sometimes. It'll be like, 3 inches, 5 inches. Nothing too crazy. All right. But you go up north, that's some cold. And our elders be out there in that. So you have no room to complain, right? This is Sirach 33 and 17 from Doorman. And it reads, consider that I labored not for myself only, but for all them that seek learning. This is why. We put the brotherhood first, man. We put the brotherhood first. At the end of the day, yeah, so cold your bones hurt. Another camp that experiences that cold, the brothers in Chicago. You know the brothers in Chicago is experiencing that, right? You got individuals that be on this app. They just app Israelites. We're going to start calling them that. App Israelites, TikTok Israelites. They ain't never hit the streets and preached in a day of their life. They don't know what it feels like, all right? They pride and ego is too high. They can't go out on the corner, stand on the corner for an hour or 2 hours, 3 hours, and preach the word, and nobody comes up to them. They might quit. Man, I was out there, but nobody came. Nobody came and asked me anything. So what? What you doing this for? Filthy lucre's sake? You doing this for views, comments, likes? You doing this for people to come and talk to you? No. Man, let's get that, man. The scriptures say, prophesy to the wind. Right? Son of man, prophesy to the wind. All right? So you out here trying to do this just because of people. This is Ezekiel 37 and 9. Then said he unto me, prophesy unto the wind. Prophesy, son of man, and say to the wind, thus saith Yahawah power, come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe unto these slain, that they may live. Just put it in the air, man. Y'all niggas be talking about manifest this. I gotta manifest that. I gotta manifest this. Just speak it in the air. Why can't you speak these scriptures in the air? You too scared to speak these scriptures in the air? Well, I don't want to go out there, man, because if I go out there, man, my people from work might see me, and then I'm going to get fired. And then, all these damn excuses. Oh, you care about what the world thinks. Because they saw you out on the corner, and they talking about you got a dress on. They talking about, yeah, I saw you out there, man, with a sign and a dress and a camera, and what is that about? Well, that'll be the time to tell them. Well, I was just out there preaching the Bible. That's it. Nothing too major. Nothing too major. I'm just out there preaching the Bible. Oh, for real, you into the Bible? Yeah, I'm into the Bible. Okay, give me a couple scriptures. All right, you want a couple scriptures? Okay, Joel 2 and 27. I'm going to get that for you. From the brother Endure All. Romans 12 and 1. I beseech you, therefore, brethren, by the mercies of power, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto power, which is your reasonable service. We present our bodies to Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi. That's who matters. That's who's really seeing it. That's who's writing everything down. That's who's getting the report. Going back to the point of us being watchmen. Who are you giving the report to? Right? Understanding as a watchman, a report is also being made on you. A report is being made on your report. You ever thought about that? Everything that you say, the scriptures say every idle word shall be judged. So the report that you're making about Babylon, the report that you're making, are you prophesying sword and famine shall come to this land? Or are you telling people that no sword and famine shall come to this land? It's very important. What names are you calling on? What names are you saying? Are you breaking down the Hebrew properly? Are you breaking down the name properly? All right? I was speaking to an individual before I got on this live, bugged out, right? He jumped in my DMs. You know, we talking. I'm trying to explain to the dude. I asked him. I said, when was the letter U created? He said, what does that have to do with Yahusha and this ministry? And then he called me a lame. And I said, that has everything to do with the ministry. That has everything to do with everything. If you understand that the letter U was created in the 1400s, then you would not call on the name of Yahusha. But this individual could not get it through his thick skull, right? So I was trying to tell him that, hey, you're calling on a false name. The commandments say, don't call on no other power. Don't call on no other God. You should not speak these names, right? At the end of the day, you don't give reverence to these names. Don't glorify these names. These are false names. The YT man has manipulated you. He's came in with the okie doke. He's gave you Yahweh, Yeshua, Yahusha, Jesus Christ. He's beat these names into you. He's programmed these names into you. You're damn near a robot now, right? He's trained you up in these names, and now you going forth and teaching others these false names. All right, let me cut my light on real quick. So that's the issue with a lot of Israelites, because they have a spirit of deep sleep. I'm going to get that for the brother. 1 Corinthians, brother Ariah, 1 Corinthians 4:9. And it reads, for I think that power has set forth us, the apostles, last, as it were appointed to death. For we are made a spectacle unto the world, and to angels, and to men. Exactly. Let's get that word spectacle. Because understanding, we are going to be in the limelight, right? Not in the way that a lot of you individuals want. You're going to be in the limelight persecuted. You're going to be in the limelight being wanted. America's most wanted. Things of that nature. Being thrown in prisons. Being chased down, hunted down. Right? A spectacle is what? A theater, a place in which games and dramatic spectacles are exhibited. A public assemblies held for the Greek Jews. Basically the second one. A public show. You've been made big to the public. All right? Your face is going to be up on the wall. Everybody's going to know that you're a Hebrew Israelite. That's when a lot of these individuals is going to turn away from the faith. You're going to turn away. You're going to say, oh, no, Jesus Christ. Yeah, Christianity. Yeah, I'm a Christian. Yeah. You're going to be like Peter, not to jump on Peter, but you're going to be like Peter when Yahawashi was being pulled up. I never knew him. Hey, wasn't you with him? No, that wasn't me. That was somebody else. You got me confused. Hey, didn't you used to teach on TikTok? Nah, that wasn't. That's how you gonna be, right? At the end of the day, what can you do is pray that spirit does not come on you. Pray that you are predestinated to be in that number of the elect, the remnant. Pray, because you never know, man. That's why we don't sit up here and say we chosen. This same individual that I was talking to that's calling on the name of Yahusha, he was bearing false witness because he said that I said out my mouth that I'm chosen, which I never said that. None of us brothers have ever said that. We would never say that because the scriptures speak against that. Let's go get it. This is 2 Corinthians 10:12. For we dare not make ourselves of the number or compare ourselves with some that commend themselves. We would never say that we're chosen. If you are running around here talking about chosen, you're not chosen. I see an individual. I don't know if the individual's in here. I've been meaning to correct him. It's a brother. I'll be seeing you sometimes. Nah, he's not in here. But his name is Chosen One. You're not chosen, bro. Okay? None of us know anything. The game is set up like that. It's set up for us not to know who we are. It's set up like that. Right? So at the end of the day, you have to make your calling to the election sure. You have to go out there and produce works. Kind of sifting is coming, most definitely. A lot of Israelites that thought they was good, they said, hey, we prophesied in your name, Lord. We fed the hungry. We clothed our brothers. We did all of this, but your intentions wasn't right. You did it for filthy lucre's sake. You did it incorrectly. You taught wrong. You didn't keep the feast days correctly. You didn't keep the Shabath correctly. You was over righteous. You talking about fringes. You turned brothers away, right? Sakari now is turning brothers away because they can't pay. They said no homeless people in the camp. Some brothers came into this thing with no job. Myself came into this thing with no job, no finances, broke, right? Some brothers is seeking Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, and that's all they got. And you turning them away. You's a bitch. All right? 2 Timothy 3:12, man. I hate you niggas, man. You know, man, Salakia, man. Put some fruits in the chat. All right? I hate you individuals, bro. All right? Yea, and all that will live godly in Hamashiach Yahawashi shall suffer persecution. So you're going to go through things. You're going to go through trials and tribulations. Take them cheerfully, as it says in what? The book of Wisdom of Solomon, right? You have to take these things cheerfully. Let me get that. Wisdom of Solomon 2 and 4. And matter of fact, we going to start. Sirach. I be getting those confused. Yeah. Sirach 2, and we're going to start at 1. My son, if thou come to serve Yahawah, prepare thy soul for temptation. Set thy heart all right and constantly endure. And make not haste in time of trouble. Cleave unto him and depart not away, that thou mayest be increased at thy last end. You will be raised up if you are unalived. If you are not unalived, you will what? You will eventually, what? Spiritual powers. You'll go into a chariot. You'll be protected. You'll be saved. You in prison rotting away. Guess what? You're eventually going to be freed. Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi is going to send the Halalyam, an angel, to unlock the door. Things of that nature. Read the scriptures. Didn't he do that for our forefathers? Why would he not do it for us still to this day? He still works. He never going to forsake us that call upon his name and seek him truthfully and in all sincerity, man. Verse 4. Whatsoever is brought upon thee, take cheerfully and be patient when thou art changed to a low estate. So whatever you're going through, whatever you're taking, whatever's knocking on your door, you got to take that shit like a man, bro. Be a man, not a mouse. Be a man, not a mouse. All right? And the water for them fruits. 1 Peter 3:17 from the brother Ariyah. And it reads, for it is better if the will of power be so that ye suffer for well-doing than for evil-doing. Why? Because godly sorrow worketh repentance, right? Let's go get that. 2 Corinthians 7:10. For godly sorrow, meaning you're going through something, you're suffering through something, worketh repentance to salvation. So you learned that lesson. You went through that lesson. You endured this. Now you know not to do that. You know that this will lead you down that type of path. You don't want to go down that path anymore. Guess what? You're wiser because you suffered. You got individuals in the world that suffer and they don't learn shit. They just go through it constantly and then they go through it again and they go through it again. Right? They have an issue learning. Their comprehension level is extremely low. They are sottish. They are stupid. All right? At the end of the day, for godly sorrow worketh repentance to salvation, not to be repented of, but the sorrow of the world worketh death. Right? So you caught up in the world, you're going to feel that. Right? Exactly. Vainglory. They seeking vainglory. They want that temporary glory. It's vain. Vain means void, pointless. It's had no profit. You want it right now. You want it right now, trust me. You're going to get it right now. But woe unto the rich. A rich man has his reward. You have your consolation, loosely quoted. Right? So you better check yourself and check your intentions. Are you truly seeking Yahawah Bahasham Yahawashi in spirit, all right, in mind and spirit? Or are you seeking him for the wrong reasons? Are you seeking him for women? Are you seeking him for carnal things, materials? Are you seeking him for cars, houses, clothes, right? Or are you actually seeking him to get that everlasting body, get up out of here? You know, are you trying to help the brotherhood? Are you feeding the flock? Are you doing what you're supposed to do? All these things matter, right? 2 Timothy 2, I get that. 2, 3 through 5. Thou therefore endure hardness as a good soldier of Yahawashi HaMashiach. No man that wanteth and law entangleth himself with the affairs of this life. Leave the world behind, right? It's a movie that came out, right? Leave the world behind. That was a warning to you. Leave the world behind. That he and that movie, Rose represented the elect. She left the world behind and she wandered into a safe place. At the end of the movie, what was she doing? She was chilling back with her friends. She was watching Friends. Chilling back, eating all the snacks that she had everything. Chilling back, watching the show. She got everything that she wanted. That's all she wanted to do was watch Friends. You know? She left the world behind. She wasn't concerned with all that bullshit. She didn't have to go through that damn near everything that was happening. You know, at the end. Right? So that's how you got to be. You got to be like Rose. Don't entangle yourself with the affairs of this life, that he may please him who have chosen him to be a soldier. And if a man also strive for masteries, that's what we've been taught, yet is he not crowned, except he strive lawfully. That's what goes back to what the brother said about vainglories. You can learn, you can study long, study wrong, as the world says. You can learn, and you can learn incorrectly. You can you can have a zeal in Yahusha, right? It's vain, though. It's going to come to naught. It's going to fall. It's going to be destroyed because your foundation was incorrect. You strive for the masteries wrong. All right? So cover with a covering that is of Yahawah's spirit and not of the world. Okay? Matthew 25, 35 through 40. Let's get it. For I was hungered, and you gave me meat. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. Naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came unto me. Then shall the righteous answer him, saying, Lord, when saw we thee hungry and fed thee, or thirsty and gave thee drink? When saw we thee a stranger and took thee in, or naked and clothed thee? Or when saw we thee sick or in prison and came unto thee? And the king shall answer and say unto them, Verily I say unto you, inasmuch as you have done it unto one of the least of these, my brethren, ye have done it unto me. This is why you produce works, bros. This is why. This is why you go forth. All right? This is why you move with a good spirit about you. You know? This is why you entertain. Because you may be entertaining an Halalyam. All right? There's plenty of individuals that came up when I'm preaching on the streets. And I go back and forth with them. And I try the spirit. You have to try the spirit. Right? Because the spirit may bear witness. That could be an elect member standing in front of you. You don't just look at somebody and they may look homeless or whatever. No, you ain't trying to get this knowledge. No. What? Who are you, nigga? Who are you? Right? You gotta check yourself. Don't ever be in no high-minded position. Don't ever be in no high-minded type state of mind. Somebody come up trying to learn, trying to listen. Boom, boom, boom. Now, if you discern through the spirit, you go back and forth with them a couple times. They on bullshit, then they on bullshit. Send them on their way. Right? But if they not on bullshit, you bear with them. You try to clothe them, meaning they naked. When Adam was naked in the garden, he wasn't literally naked. He was naked, meaning spiritually. He was vulnerable. His doctrine was corrupt. A lot of our brothers and sisters out here are naked. They bucket naked, man. If you understand what I'm saying. They do not have that covering. They do not have that protection, which is Yahawah, that strong tower. They are naked. And you ain't trying to clothe your brothers and sisters, man. All right? So this is why, man, you got to do works. You got to help your brothers and sisters. Right? Joshua 1 and 9. I get that for you. Joshua 1, verse 9. And matter of fact, I got to let me go up. What is it? Meditate. Where's meditate? Right, verse 8. I want to start at verse 8. This book of the law shall not depart out of thy mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night. You wondering how brothers know certain precepts, right? Because they meditating on the word. They actually living it. They going back. They reading it. They going over and over. They reading certain books. They read. You might have read it one time. Read it again. Is it going to hurt? No. Constantly study. Constantly go through it. This knowledge is everlasting, man. You cannot learn it all. Don't get in, once again, man, don't be in a high-minded position. Man, I done read the whole Bible, man. Ain't nothing you can tell me in these scriptures. I know all these scriptures. But you don't even know the name of the Heavenly Father or the Son. You don't even know how to break down Revelations 13 chapter. You don't even understand what Ezekiel 38th chapter is about. You can't break down Genesis the 49th chapter. You can't break down Isaiah the 11th chapter. Right? But you know everything about these scriptures. Man, shut the fuck up. I'm tired of these goofies, man. You know everything just because you read the Bible front to back. It all went through one ear and out the other. You did not retain nothing. The Rakakadash did not deal with you. Ezekiel the 29th chapter, Isaiah the 29th chapter is talking about you. Right? You give it to a learned man, he said, I cannot read it. You give it to an unlearned man, he still can't read it. You can't understand it unless Yahawashi has opened the seal and is supping with you. He wants you to understand it because Yahawah draws you according to John 6 and 44. That's the only way you're going to be able to understand the scriptures and understand the breakdowns. Right? So keeping it going. Meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do according to all that is written therein, for then thou shalt make thy way prosperous. So when you begin to get these scriptures and this understanding through meditating, through watching videos, through watching breakdowns, through taking notes, through asking questions, then your way is going to be prosperous. And then thou shalt have good success. Have not I commanded thee? Be strong and of a good courage. Be not afraid, neither be thou dismayed. For Yahawah thy power is with thee, whithersoever thou goest. So Yahawah there, he's there always to fight with you, to be with you. He's going to fight your battles. Don't get carnal, right? Trust in Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, man. Right? At the end of the day, you know. John 10, 28 through 30. I'm just getting y'all brothers precepts, man. I'm going to go back to, where was we at? 1 Peter 5th chapter, I believe. You know, I'm going to go back there in a minute. And we're going to hit that a little bit. Bring brothers up if brothers want to come up. And I'm going to wrap it up. This is John 10, 28 through 30. And give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish. Neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand. My Father, who? My Father. So they're separate. All right, that's just checking. For any of you individuals in here right now that thought Yahawashi was Yahawah and Yahawah was Yahawashi, you are incorrect. You error in not knowing the scriptures. All right. My Father, which gave them me, is greater than all, and no man is able to pluck them out of my Father's hand. I and my Father are one. In what? In essence, in understanding. All right? At the end of the day, they're not the same entity. They're not the same individual, but they move the same. Just how, as you see, individuals in here right now, I'm preaching, and guess what? Brothers have been giving me precepts for the last 20 minutes, man. Right? Because they're one. They align with what I'm preaching. They're aligned with what I'm teaching. That's how it's supposed to flow. That's how it's supposed to go. Right? On the same page. Exactly. That's what it's talking about. They are one. You and your wife, when you and your wife come together, you are one flesh. Right? Are you and your wife one flesh? Is my wife in here with me right now? No. But we are one flesh. We have a same understanding. We're one flesh. You understand what I'm saying? We're connected. Yahawah and Yahawashi are connected. When you in the brotherhood, you move in the correct way, you are connected. Right? I get it. But I'm like, damn, you Christians is slow. How can you not get that? Right? Man, matter of fact, let me touch on that. Genesis 2:24. Therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. So are they one? Do your bodies join as one and y'all be one? No, not one body, but one. You're on the same page. At the end of the day, that's basic, bro. That's some basic mess that individuals mess up, and that's how you get Trinity. That's how you get Godhead. That's how you get Yahweh is Yahawashi, etc., etc. Yahawashi is God, etc., etc. All right? Yahawashi is a God, but he's not the Most High. The Israelites are gods. We are sons of gods, therefore making us gods, but we are not the Most High. That's basic. All right? If you can't understand basic things, how you going to understand heavenly things? How you going to understand the meat if you can't get the milk? Okay, let's go back to, where was we at, man? What is it? First Peter the fifth chapter. First Peter the fifth chapter. And I'm gonna get a lot of this because I wanted to go into this. Okay. So we was at being an example to the flock. Verse 4. And when the chief shepherd shall appear, that's Yahawashi, ye shall receive a crown and glory that fadeth not away. Let's get that word chief. What's chief? The head. Right? Chief shepherd of Hamashiach, the head of the church. So you have to wait on Yahawashi. You can't just do your own thing, bro. General Yohana, you can't do your own thing. You can't build up the kingdom right now in this nation. Fuck is y'all doing, bro? We looking at y'all like, yo, what the hell is y'all doing? You building up the kingdom in America, which is going to be destroyed. Do you have any type of understanding, bro? All right? What's the website? Hey, somebody help that brother, man. This is the Blue Letter Bible. It's an app. You can get it on your phone for free. All right? At the end of the day. Keeping it going. So Yahawashi is the chief shepherd. He shall appear, and you shall receive a crown. It's talking about the elect. A crown of glory that fadeth not away. Now let's show you that in the scriptures. That's 2nd Esdras, the 2nd chapter, starting at verse 40. Take thy number, O Zion, and shut up those of thine that are clothed in white. White meaning purity. The same white robes which, let's go to Revelations 7 and 9, right? After this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stand before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hands. So take thy number, O Zion, and shut up those of thine that are clothed in white. Those white robes, purity, understanding, being pure, which have fulfilled the law of Yahawah. They kept the laws and commandments and statutes to the best of their ability. All right? They're saved through faith and works. The number of thy children whom thou longest for is fulfilled. Beseech the power of Yahawah, that thy people which have been called from the beginning may be hallowed. Let's get a scripture to support that. This is how you preach, man. All right? Precept upon precept. This is Ephesians 1 and 5. Having predestinated us unto the adoption of children by Yahawashi HaMashiach to himself, according to the good pleasure of his will. Jumping down to verse, 11. In whom also we have ordained an inheritance, being predestinated. So that inheritance was predestinated. Pre meaning before. Destinated means destiny, where you're going. So your destiny was pre. It was before planned. It was planned before. This is talking about the election, right? That inheritance is predestinated according to the purpose. So it ain't no free will. If you ain't getting nothing from this lesson, understand that it's not no free will. You cannot change these scriptures one bit. You can't change anything. Everything is predestinated. I bet your pastor never taught you that. All right? Being predestinated according to the purpose of him who worketh all things after the counsel of his own will. Whose will is that? That's the Father's will. He worketh all things. What does he do? He declares the end from the beginning. Right? How do we know that? Let's go get it in the scriptures. This is plain upon tables, man. Isaiah 46:10. Declaring the end from the beginning and from ancient times, the things that are not yet done. Saying, my counsel shall stand and I will do all my pleasure. So at the end of the day, nothing's going to change in these scriptures, man. These prophecies are going to pass regardless if you like how we preach or not. Regardless, you got a problem with us cussing, being aggressive, all right, rebuking. You say we too harsh on the black women. Well, the black women is an embarrassment to our nation. All right? A lot of you Eves, you embarrassing. The way that you move, the way that you have been weaponized against us. And you talking about you don't need rebuke. You need the most rebuke. The way that you talk, the way that you are, you align with the white man. All right? Y'all always have an issue with how we bring it out. Because we bringing out these scriptures and you get offended because you are offended in Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi. You don't hate us. You hate what the Father says. You hate what the Son said. You hate the doctrine. You hate the understanding. You hate the scriptures. You get cut. That's what it's called, to get cut. Because you don't like what the Bible says. You want to do your own thing. You want to be on your own program. And that shit is coming to an end, man, very soon. I promise you that. All right? Keeping it going. So we are predestinated, which have been called from the beginning, may be hallowed. I, Ezra, saw upon the Mount Zion a great people whom I could not number, and they all praise Yahawah with songs. Revelation 7:9, that great multitude. That's what we just talked about. And in the midst of them, there was a young man of a high stature. That's Yahawashi, the king. He who is salvation. Yahawashi. Taller than all the rest, and upon every one of their heads he set crowns. So going back to 1 Peter, right? 1 Peter 5, what did it say? And when the chief shepherd, Yahawashi, shall appear, ye shall receive a crown of glory that fadeth not away. Talking to the elect. That's not all of Israel. All right? Now understand, all of Israel is the elect. But the point that we're talking about right now is the righteous of Israel. It's an elect within an elect. How can we prove that? Let's go to Romans 11:7. Because we prove it over here. We don't just say it. What then? Israel have not obtained that which he seeketh for, but the election hath obtained it, and the rest were blinded. So it's a group out here, 1/3, according to Zechariah 13:9, that's understanding it, that's getting it, that's keeping the laws, commandments, and statutes to the best of their ability. And then it's another group out here that's blinded. The rest were blinded, right? You have to understand that. When you read in the scriptures, you got to understand that Yahawah is dealing with a certain group of individuals. You Christians love to say, many are called, few are chosen. Well, who is the few that's chosen? Who is the many that was called that didn't make it? Right? Have you ever thought about that? Well, what that mean? But that means that them many that called, well, he gonna call them again, sweetheart. No, he ain't. He ain't dealing with them, man. He threw their ass in the trash. Okay? Keeping it going. Likewise, ye younger, submit yourselves unto the elder. For you individuals that hate elders, you hate camps, you hate order. That's what you hate. You hate order. Just say it. It was always elders on the planet, man. Moses set up elders in Israel, right? But you had certain individuals like Korah, Dathan, and Abram that went against Moses. You had certain individuals that went against who Yahawah pulled up and raised up. He picked Moses. He didn't pick your ass, but you want to be him. You are not him, buddy boy. You just a clone. You was not supposed to be in that position. All right? At the end of the day, likewise, ye younger, submit yourselves unto the elder. Yea, all of you be subject one to another, and be clothed with humility. For power resisteth the proud, and giveth grace to the humble. If my brother rebuke me, my brother correct me, I got to take that correction. Right? Examine myself. Yeah, I was going off, my bad, heat of the moment, spirit, whatever it may be. Right? You have to take that correction. You got to check yourself. It says, one, be subject one to another. So none of us are holding ourselves higher than the other. At the end of the day, it could be the youngest dude in the congregation. He can be like, well, the scripture, he could bring out a lesson because you're not supposed to rebuke an elder, but he could bring out a lesson that might cut you. That happens. That can happen. You be like, damn, I forgot about that. I've been tripping. Hey, young Art brought that out, man. He was right on that lesson. Boom, boom, boom. So one are subject unto another, and be clothed with humility. You don't just lose your humility when you start being a leader. When you get a position of authority, you don't lose your humility. That's how kings fall, boy. You forgot that you was touched. You was touchable. You forgot that? You forgot we could all get touched out here. You understand that? We trust in Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi that it doesn't happen. But it's possible. That's why we are humble and we are meek. Because what? For power resisteth the proud. So the spirit ain't going to be dealing with them. And giveth grace to the humble. Humble yourselves, therefore, under the mighty hand of power, that he may exalt you in due time. You got to wait on it. That's going back to enduring, having the stamina, the spiritual stamina, understanding, building your spirit up. That's going back to working out your own salvation with fear and trembling. All right? Watching breakdowns, understanding, fasting, praying, giving time for fasting and praying. Shouldn't always be messing with your woman, man. All right? You got to stop once a week, sometimes twice a week, because we had 2 Shabaths this week, right? So you don't supposed to be messing with your woman twice this week. Understanding that. And you have to also stop when she's on her rag, right? Hey, take those moments and fast. Fast. And fast off of those moments. Take advantage. Move in an organized type of way, man. Plan things out. Be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna fast this day, I'm gonna fast that day. I'm gonna clean my body out. I'm gonna flush out. I've been eating a lot of meat. Boom, boom, boom. Let me get on this so I don't get sick. All right? I've been feeling kind of sluggish. Let me boom, boom, boom. You have to take care of your house first, and your house being this temple that you are in. Because you just a soul, boy. You just a spirit. You just moving around in a vessel. What's a vessel? What's another word for a vessel? A vehicle. This body is a vehicle to transport you from point A to point B. Right? I know y'all individuals like to go from left to right. But, if you talk about real Hebrew, it go from right to left. All right? At the end of the day. So from point A to point B. This is a vessel. This vessel is to get you through this phase in life. This is an annoying ass phase, I know. It's vexation to the soul. It's vexation to the spirit. You walk outside and you hate this place. It's annoying. Everything that you see, it speaks against the scriptures. It's BS, right? So let's keep it going. Casting all your care upon him, for he cared for you. Cast everything upon Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi. Let's get a scripture to support it. He's going to sustain thee. Psalms 55 and 22. Cast thy burden, so all your fears, all your troubles upon Yahawah, and he shall sustain thee. He shall never suffer the righteous to be moved. So just do what the scriptures say, man. Stop fucking complaining. Well, you know, man, I don't know how I'm going to pay this. I don't know how I'm going to get through this. Man, cut it out, man. All right? Do you believe or not? Do you got faith or not? You acting like our power didn't put you in that situation. You act like he ain't make that happen to you. He didn't put the spirit on them individuals to fire you. He didn't put the spirit on them individuals to put child support on you. Whatever it may be. Yahawah controls everything. He put the spirit on your woman. He put them demons on your woman. That's why y'all going back and forth. Call on him. Lead your household correctly. Right? Over here crying, man. Over here crying when you got the recipe. You got Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, but you don't want to go to him. You don't want to humble yourself and go to the Father and the Son. You got too much pride, too much ego. You don't know how to pray. Praying means to beg. You too much of a man to beg. You can't understand that the power that's over you is greater than you. Submit. Submission. You are the Father's bitch, man. In that sense. Not to say it in a derogatory way, but we are Yahawashi's woman. All right? We are Yahawashi's woman, man. At the end of the day, pray. Keeping it going. Verse 8, be sober, be vigilant, be sober. What does that mean? Don't get caught up in all the bullshit of the world. These wicked women, not women in physically, but also physically, but wicked women meaning wicked doctrines, wicked understandings, wicked philosophies, wicked idolatries, wicked practices, zodiac signs, all right, mysticism, esoteric beliefs, things of that nature that's not of the scriptures. Okay? All right? I said women too. All right? At the end of the day, trust me, I don't need your help. Okay? The only people I want to see in the comments is my brothers. Don't get offended. All right? Keeping it going. Be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, who is the devil? The so-called YT man. Esau. The one that's holding the cards. The one that holds that military strength, that military power, that military might. The whore that sits on many waters. Over 800 bases. Over 800 bases, man. And more than that. I think last time I checked, it's probably in 1,200, because you got secrets. You got black sites. You got bases that you do not know about. They telling you 800 bases, but they got more. Right? So Esau is ruling through military strength. So you have to be sober, man. Okay? At the end of the day, be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, moves around like a roaring lion, walketh about, seeking whom he may devour. That may be you. If it's not you, it may be your woman. Hey, Satan couldn't get the snake, which is Esau, which is that spirit, which is the devil, could not get to Adam, so he went at Eve. You understand how that go? He couldn't get to Adam, so he went at Eve. He got to Adam through Eve. He'll get to you through your woman. That's why your woman needs to be built up. Your woman needs to be strong. She need to be moving correctly. She need to know her order. She need to know if she in a live with men, she need to shut the fuck up. All right? To you women that be out of order, thinking you can come in here and talk and do all of that. This ain't that. Go to the one of them simp ass lives where them niggas be letting women up in the panel and shit. This ain't that. Okay? At the end of the day, if you don't like that, sweetheart, take your ass on. All right? Whom resist steadfast in the faith, knowing that the same afflictions are accomplished in your brethren that are in the world. We all going through it, man. My brother going through it. My brother over here going through it. At the end of the day, I mean, block that bitch, man. Ain't nobody going back and forth with nobody, bro. This ain't no go back and forth. We don't go back and forth with nobody. I done told you one time I was nice the first time. The second time I was a little mean. The third time you just out of here. We not going back and forth with nobody. A contentious ass spirit, we don't deal with it. We not here to appease you. You're not going to get smooth words. We don't give a fuck how you feel, bro. What we care about is if these scriptures is coming out properly and correctly, man. You individuals so caught up in your mind. You so caught up on your feelings. You so sensitive. Hey, can you help me with this? Can you help me? What the scriptures say, man? Y'all be coming up here. Hey, can you pray for me? Can you pray? Have you prayed for yourself first? Have you called on Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi? Have you fasted? Have you seeked him? Have you tried to fight those demons off of you? I'm not about to pray for you if you keep inviting more demons on you. You want me to pray for you? You smoking, you drinking, you over drinking, you pitch black drinking. You don't want to get rid of those damn demons, man. I'm praying for you. It's pointless. Nigga, fix yourself. All right? Sister, don't tell me how to teach. Once again, I'm going to mute you. I'm not going to block you. Do not tell men how to talk. Man, matter of fact, we're going to end the lesson with that. Let's go to 1 Timothy 2nd chapter. You women are out of order and you don't even understand it. What's wrong with you? Verse 10. Man, verse 9. In like manner also, the women adorn themselves in modest apparel, with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with bridal hair or gold or pearls or costly array, but which becoming women professing godliness with good works. Let the women learn in silence with all subjection. All right? You should never come out of your mouth. Hey, brother, you don't have to yell, brother. You don't gotta yell. How you gonna quench the spirit? Scriptures say don't quench the spirit, right? If I'm hot in the spirit, I'm heated in the spirit, you trying to tell the spirit to chill out. That's what you trying to do. What's wrong with you? What you need to do is shut up and take notes. That's what you need to do as a woman. Not try to tell a man how to teach. If you don't like the way I'm teaching, guess what? Go somewhere else. All right? What you women need to do that's in here, look at the other women that's in here. Look at what they doing. Okay? Look at what the other women that's in here doing. All right? Are they talking? Are they saying anything? No. They in order. They correct. They not trying to assert authority over a man. All right? And if you feel like I'm being too harsh or too sharp with you, the scripture says rebuke them sharply, correcting you. Yeah, you may feel a little embarrassed. It is what it is. But guess what, sister? It'll be great for you because guess what? You're going to learn and you're going to grow from that. And you're going to know correct order, the proper order. Okay? All right, well, man, get your ass up out of here then. Once again, I ain't going back and forth with nobody. I may be rude in speech, yet not in knowledge. You don't like how I speak because you are what? You a westernized Israelite. You caught up on what the white man taught you. Suit and tie. Right? Did I go off in any type of scripture that I brought out? Did I not bring the message out properly and correctly? You guys don't be listening to the message, man. Y'all be listening to how it's brought out. Right? That's what y'all be doing, man. And that's a stumbling block to you. I brought out we sat up here and brought out over 40 scriptures, man. I can go through them. We sat in here and brought out over 40 scriptures, bro. But all this man got was that my mouth is foul. We sat up in here and brought out over 40 scriptures. But all y'all got was that I'm yelling and that my mouth is foul. Your mindset is foul. Your understanding is foul. All right, at the end of the day, back to the women. Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection. But I suffer not a woman to teach, nor to assert authority over the man, but to be in silence. I'm going to tell you another thing. That's what men like. A woman that's submitting. A woman that's under. A woman that's for if you don't have a man, right? And you just say you start dealing with a man. If you move how the scriptures say you supposed to move, I promise you that man is going to like you so much more. Because you're moving how you're supposed to. You're moving properly. He's going to like your spirit. And guess what? By you moving that way, you're being an ambassador of Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi. That brother might not even be in the truth. A silent woman, a mind well instructed. That's it. Beautiful. So he might not even be in the truth. But by you moving how you moving, and you let's say you tell him, hey babe, I don't eat pork. We shouldn't eat pork. Just be nice to him. I don't eat pork because it's bad for you. He'll be like, oh shit, for real? I might stop eating pork myself. That shit sound kind of good. You on your healthy tip. He gonna fuck with that. That man will greatly rejoice. You slide little hints in there. Slide little things in there. Right? At the end of the day, this is what a woman's supposed to do. You're supposed to help, support. You don't tell him what to do. But you cook. What did Ice Cube say? Mama cooked the breakfast with no hog. That was a good day. Mama cooked the breakfast with no hog. That's what you got to do as a woman. Ease them off of that shit. Ease them off of that. Right? Y'all got to really listen to that song, man. That was a good ass day, man. All right. Keeping it going. Verse 13. For Adam was first formed, then Eve. And Adam was not deceived, but the woman being deceived was in the transgression. Notwithstanding, she shall be saved in childbearing if they continue in faith and charity and holiness with sobriety. Okay? At the end of the day. Now the last scripture I'm going to get is Genesis 3:16. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception, and sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thy desire shall be to thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. Right? Understanding that, man. So you women need to be more submissive to your man, to your husband. And let's say you're not married. Once again, if you in here, you not married, you just a woman that comes in the congregation, right? Brothers is teaching, you let brothers teach. You don't try to tell brothers how to teach. If you do not like how brothers teach, keep it moving, man. At the end of the day. Now, if you feel the spirit, right? And you resonate with what the brother is saying, you know the brother's not lying. He's bringing it out correctly and properly. He's teaching you correctly and properly. All right? It's all good. We men. Okay? We men. We are men, man. We move how we move. We are men. We don't expect a woman to that's another reason why it's like that. Because women should not be talking in the midst of men, because men move different. Men talk different. Things that we say as men, that may offend you as a woman. You're not supposed to be in our circle. That's why I'm telling you, women that do come in the congregation, hey, Shalawam, Shalom, and just that's it. You can say Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, Barak, Ahtham, right? Barak, Ahtham, right? Write notes down, etc., etc. Don't say nothing else. Don't say nothing else. All right? If brothers is giving, if it's time for questions, then ask your questions. That would be the time for you to speak, for you to talk. This is how the church is ran properly. It's no confusion. Is the father author of confusion? No. So things are done in order, man. All right, so man, with that being said, I'm gonna wrap it up. Okay. Unknown, you incorrect. Men just want a wife just to treat her like a slave. To be honest, no. I don't treat my wife like a slave. So what you saying? What you really saying? Right? What you really saying? You assuming. You got a presumptuous type of spirit on you. Don't say nothing without proof. And you can't pick one individual that you see that does that and say that's for all those individuals. It's not. All right? Exactly. We treat our women like the church. Let's get that in the book of Ephesians. Okay? What's that? Ephesians 5? Ephesians 5. I believe so. It's Ephesians the 5th chapter, verse 22. Wives, submit yourself unto your own husbands as unto Yahawah, Bahasham Yahawashi. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Hamashiach is the head of the church, and he is the savior of the body. Therefore, as the church is subject unto Hamashiach, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything. Husbands, love your wives, even as Hamashiach also loved the church and gave himself for it. Okay? At the end of the day. So we treat our women like the church, a righteous woman. We sacrifice, we protect, we nourish, we build up. Right? I get you. I got you. All right. Precept coming from the brother Kawam. 1 Peter 3:7. Likewise, ye husbands, dwell with them according to knowledge, giving honor unto the wife as unto the weaker vessel, and as being heirs together of the grace of life, that your prayers be not hindered. Okay? What about the women? We read in Ephesians the 5th chapter what the women should do. Submitting unto your husbands. That's what it said. Are you listening to the scriptures? I mean, kind of. That's what the brother, yeah, for real. What the brother said. Are you listening to the scriptures? Okay? Look, I'm going to read this for you one more time, man. All right? I'm going to read this for you one more time. I'm going to read it slow, though. Wives, submit yourselves unto your own husbands as unto the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, even as Hamashiach is the head of the church, and he is the savior of the body. So you saying that men get special treatment. Guess what? Men are. They the masters. They the lords. They the master of the house. Okay? So it's not no special treatment. It's called order. Order. The way that things are supposed to go. All right? It's not funny, you know? But hey, man, we can see that you really ain't got no good type of spirit on you. So I'm gonna just get you up out of here. Okay? Cause like I said, I ain't going back and forth with you niggas. Man. Yeah, cause they ain't got no followers, they ain't got nothing. I think that probably was somebody we blocked earlier. They just created a new account, came back. That's what it seemed to be. Yeah. But hey, man, at this point in time, I would take any questions that anybody got, you know. And if anybody want to come up, you can come up. I got about 30 minutes, okay? I got about 30 minutes. That's what I'm letting you know. I'm not going to be here all night, man. I got about 30 minutes. So any questions, anything, on anything, pertaining to anything, Shabath Shalawam. I'm gonna give y'all 2 minutes, man. Y'all ain't got nothing. I thought I had a water in here. I ain't had no water. I ain't got nothing. Y'all ain't got no questions. No questions. Hey. I'm gonna send you the invite. See if you can get up. Oh, snap. Oh, snap.
Oh, we back in this motherfucker. Hey, we ain't going nowhere, bro. We up all night, bro. They done fucked up now. Hey, hit some fruit.
Hey,
Hey,
Shalawam.
man. God damn. Esau had me fucked up, bro.
Man,
Hey, we back though, man. For
that's
sure,
what's
for
up.
sure.
That's what's up.
Damn. That shit is crazy, bro. I feel like I've been on lockdown for like 10 years, bro.
Yeah, for real. It's been like 3 weeks.
Yeah, it's been like 3 weeks for real. Man. Hey, you know what we gotta do. Cause I ain't Hey, I ain't letting it slide. I ain't letting it ride. Hey, you already know.
Close the
ISUPK.
doors.
Hey, yeah, we closing the doors. We getting the 40K. Hey, ISUPK and IUIC. Hey, we on their ass, boy. Hey, listen, I told you. I told you when I got back, we gonna get on them, bro. Ain't gonna be none of that. Oh, what we talking about now? You gonna know what we talking about. Ain't no switching the story. Ain't no changing the story. Nah, we gonna stay on course. We gonna get on. Hey, man, we finna be on their ass, man, for at least a good week, and then after that we can let it ride.
Man,
After that we gonna let it ride, cause they out here teaching crazy.
what this sister talking about, man? Like, it was me. I was just speaking the truth. What she talking about? That was you on a fake page?
Hell no, she gotta be talking about something else. Cause she was in here the whole time.
Con, what y'all talking about down there? Oh, I don't know. It's all good. Ain't nobody got no questions or nothing, man. Come on.
Hey man, what Kakama at, man?
He down there.
My boy ain't gonna come up. Shit. He's supposed to be getting the church ready. We got to shut the doors, get our money. He ain't even in the house. He might be busy. So ain't nobody got no questions. That's what y'all telling me. Y'all just know the book front to back.
I guess they do. They don't need nothing.
You don't need nothing. We got a good church. The sheep are fed.
You got to start asking questions, man. Y'all ain't got nothing. I got what time is it? It's lucky 9:06, man. 9:30. I'm up out of here. And I meant to go into Wisdom of Solomon 3rd chapter, but I'm gonna do that tomorrow.
That's crazy. Y'all really ain't got nothing to say, huh?
Shit, how you been, bro? You know what you been on?
Man, chilling, man. You know, playing in the background. You know what I'm saying? Watching y'all do y'all thing, and getting pissed off at the same time because I can't come in and say shit.
Okay.
Yeah, I was fucking mad the other night. When was that? You remember when y'all was talking about ISUPK, right?
Oh yeah, when they came up, or
Yeah, yeah. And then Yasharahla killed. What we talking about? I'm like, man, come on, man. You know what the hell we talking
oh
about?
man,
That shit had me getting pissed off, boy. I was like, man, if I could come up on this fucking live, boy. I was like, man,
you
no
like I
damn
stepped
well.
away. I'm like, you gotta stop stepping away, bro. Uh,
Damn well what the hell we talking about.
yeah, they done, man. It's like brothers, like they done. It ain't no saving them.
Yeah, they hard headed. They
They just
hard
keep
headed.
waxing worse and worse.
Exactly.
And I saw Tazaria, he was live yesterday going in the Fallen Angels.
Yeah, I saw that too. I ain't even listened to it though. I
Yeah, I
just
ain't.
bypassed it.
Yeah, I just scrolled by.
Yeah.
They done. But I saw you saw that video brothers was sharing, and he talking about some Most High Christ blessed now.
Yeah, man, listen, man. Them boys been paid off.
I'm like, what's up with that? I thought that was an IUIC thing.
They up under the same shit.
That's wild.
Johanna, he got his 501c3 way before Nate.
Oh,
Yeah, Johanna got that 501 back in like 2009. Nine probably was 2008 when that happened. Yeah,
yes.
around 2008 time frame. Because he was out on the streets, but then he disappeared for about a good 9 months. And then that's when Elder Tahar was like, saw him in the streets and was like, yo, you ain't preaching no more? And he was like, Elder Tahar said he was like trying to hurry. And Elder Tahar said he ended up watching them go to some building. He was like, I guess it was like a city building, you know what I'm saying, where you handle paperwork or whatever. And then he was like, after that day, maybe like 2 weeks later, he had the church building. He had, you know what I'm saying, had all this stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
And El Tahar was like, yeah, that boy there, he done sold out. Yeah. But all of them have the same gimmicks, man. All these groups that sell out, they all do the same. They all have their little fucking rap music. They selling shit, you know what I'm saying, selling shirts, clothing, all these little gimmicks that they do. Stop.
Oh man, you just reminded me. Hey, Shalawam, Darashima. You just reminded me what I was gonna go into. Hey, water.
Shalawam, Bahasham, Barak.
Shalawam, bro. They start selling breakdowns online. They're setting up different websites to speak on. Like, man, all that shit is, you know what I'm saying, 501c3 charter. You know what I'm saying, sponsorship, man.
Yeah. Man, where is it at? I was
I just saw a video of General Yohana teaching with his hat on. And then at the end of the video, he said, if it wasn't for the Lord, or he said Yahawah, I would be an Edomite. I would want to be an Edomite. And I was like, what the
what?
hell?
Well, you
I would
crazy.
never want to be an Edomite. I
Never
shared
wanna
it with
be
y'all in the
like-
group.
Oh,
That's
yeah, I
what he
gotta
said.
go.
I shared it in the group.
I gotta go check that.
It's at the end of the video.
Yeah, I gotta go check that. That's video worthy right there.
Hey, y'all gotta add me back in my group. Look,
Oh
add me
shit.
back in my group. Don't forget, man. Add me back in my group. That shit crazy.
Let me see. How do I'm trying to add you to this one. Right here. Yeah. Oh yeah, I see it. I see it, Durashima. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh
yeah,
shit.
come on. Hey, come on. Now my man, this a whole new account I'm on, man. My other account that you added me on, that shit got taken down. You know, Esau be on me.
Palestinian funds are being raised. People are. And why this dude teaching with a damn man? Come on, man, with the glasses on still and a hat on. I'm gonna
You see
check.
this? Let me see.
That boy the safari, boy.
The Lord wants it. You had better wake up those you out there, and many of you know. Many of you know that what the Lord, what is be prepared against us. If not for the Most High, not for the Most High, man, I dye my skin and become a white. It's a lot. Whoa!
I told you.
What the? If not for the Most High, if not for the Most High, man, I dye my skin and become a white. That's a lot. If not for the Lord, what the Lord. Oh, I'm putting that on YouTube right now. That's gonna be a short. The world is crying over. The world is crying over the Palestinians. Funds are man, I hate this damn new update on my phone. In courthouse, like you just mentioned. All these things are happening for the Palestinians. I'm not saying that they're not getting slaughtered. They're not what it would take. Because it's going to happen. The Lord wants it to happen. You had better.
Elder Tahar get a hold. Elder Tahar Salakia get a hold of this.
You know what the Lord, what is being prepared against us. If not for the Most High, man, I'd dye my skin and become a white man. It's a lot. If not for the Lord, because I would know that you have no hope. I would have known you had no hope. You only got a shot because the Lord will give you the insight to get around. World is crying. Forget those stuff. Many of you know. Many of you know that what the Lord, what is being prepared against us. If not for the Most High, man, I'd dye my skin and become a white man. So if not for the Lord, because That's it. That shit crazy. Man.
Oh man, hey man, they bugged out over there, man. They trying to build communities and everything, man.
Because it's going to happen, the Lord. Not a white man though. Why would you even like? I mean,
out of all
that
people,
nation is gonna be destroyed.
right? Out of all
So
people.
the premise of the video was he was saying, you see how they doing the Palestinians over there? Well, think about what they could do for us. That's what they could do to us. Basically, that's what he was saying. That we powerless without, the Heavenly Father. And somehow he decided to say that at the end, and I was like, that ain't right.
First of all, he ain't got no damn faith. They ain't gonna do shit to us. Like in that sense, like that, we ain't no Palestinian, and them ain't even really the Palestinians. These guys is carnal, man.
Two through. And I don't know what's up with Jake, period, man. With all these Israelites out here, you so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, you walking around here thinking you finna put your money together, go buy a plot of land, and you finna build up, and you finna have success. Man, that shit is not happening in Esau's kingdom. All right, y'all ain't learned nothing from history, huh? No type of y'all ain't had no type of history lesson, huh? You gonna build up for what? For Esau to run through there again and slaughter you and kill you and take everything that you built? That's what you want to happen. That's what you want to happen again? Another fucking Black Wall Street?
Yep, that's it. And that shows you that he fears the white man. He wants to be the white man.
But these ninjas are slow, man.
God, Shalawam.
Hey, Shalawam, Yahawashi, Yahawashi.
Right, Yahawashi, Yahawashi, man. Hey, y'all hear about that what do you call all YT community they got in northern Arkansas? They plan on expanding to Missouri.
Nah,
I saw something about that.
Hey, look. I try to screen record it so I can show the footage on TikTok, and then I'm on YouTube, and YouTube wouldn't even allow me to screen record it. It was like it's against the policy. And then I went to another video, I was able to screen record it. I was like, that's bugged out, man. That's crazy. But yeah, man. So it's
right
crazy,
there. Huh? Right there, whites only community.
Yeah, that's it.
You can see 7/24/25. So we ain't making this shit up. This is fresh.
It's real. Yeah, this is real stuff right here. So they north of where I am in the I guess the base of the Ozarks right now. because they know something about this land. I don't. I've heard rumors. There's a lot of people on here too on this app that's spreading information about this place, Arkansas, and saying it's got some type of quartz or something like that that hold memory, and it's like it's man, it's bugged out stuff, man. I'm hearing, man. So I'm like, shh.
But look at this. Look at this. It says, what does it say? Where members are evaluated based upon European ancestry, and where Jews are denied membership. They hate Amalek.
Yeah. So they out there with this nonsense, man. So Arkansas is historically, known to be like that. And even though this is what they call American Indian Territory, you still got them pockets of people like that over here. The Esau out here like that.
Oh yeah, you still got those sundown towns.
You already know. God.
Yeah. Adams. Can you come up, man? You need some help.
West Coast of America, man. Come on, bro.
Adams, we gotta straighten you out, bro. You need some help.
Oh, he doing that the MON stuff. I know what he's talking about. I've seen that theory too. How they got the names of the places the same as Israel to try to mirror that over there in the Levant. Yeah.
Because Jerusalem is in Utah. Like, come on, supposedly, man. We know that
allegedly.
shit.
In the Mississippi River, it's the Nile.
It's the Nile River.
Yeah. We all heard that before.
Come on, Adams, man. Come on, man. You've been deceived by the white man, man.
The very place that's about to be destroyed by nuclear missiles is Israel. Okay.
If you know the prophecy, you know that when we come into the land, it will be peace. Guess what? We in the land, ain't no peace.
Ain't no peace.
If this the land, my bad.
Yeah.
Christians said we'll go forth of our own land, but probably gonna be in our own land in captivity.
Exactly. That I was just about to say. We weren't even supposed to be in the land. We supposed to be off in captivity. So obviously this ain't the damn land.
It really ain't. And then people over there, they ain't at ease either.
And matter of fact, to make it even clearer, hey man, you simpletons out here, man. Understand and know you still in the statue in Daniel chapter 2, man. You still in the Roman Empire, the extended leg.
God.
Damn. People be making shit hard, bro. Keep up with the movie.
Adams, you ain't getting it, man. Ain't no peace in fake Israel. Yeah, because those are not the people. But when we go back into our land, which is geographically the land of Israel, over there, Asia Minor, it will be peace.
Hold on, you got to break it down slow for the guy. Look, Adam, you're saying that America is Israel. Well, if you're saying that, guess what? The bulk of the Israelites are over here in America. So if America is Israel and we're over here in what you call Israel, then it should be peace because the Israelites are over here.
Right.
So obviously this is not Israel, man.
But ain't nobody say it was no damn Asians, bro. What's up with you?
Can somebody get Micah 4:10 for him?
Come. This is Micah 4:10, and it reads, "Be in pain and labor to bring forth, O daughter of Zion, like a woman in travail, for now shalt thou go forth out of the city, and thou shalt dwell in the field, and thou shalt go even to Babylon. There shalt thou be delivered. There Yahawah shall redeem thee from the hand of thine enemies."
God.
Adam, it's no peace in America. Have you looked around? What is you talking about? America, bro, this dude is okay, bro. Since America has been founded, 1776, it has only been peace for 29 years. The rest of those years, America has been at war. So America is not Israel. We are slaves. So you saying that we are slaves in our own land if America is Israel. That's what you're saying.
But hey, if this is peace, I hate to see what war is then. Man, you got people getting sent in the alligator Alcatraz. You got people getting their damn houses kicked in. You're like, man, come on, man. What are you talking about?
The actual Israelites getting deported.
Right.
Khan,
Man,
this is Jeremiah 50 and 33. Thus saith Yahawah of hosts, the children of Israel and the children of Judah, that's northern kingdom and southern kingdom, were oppressed together. And
together.
all that took them captives held them fast. They refused to let them go. That happened over here in the Americas. Okay, we are being oppressed together. We were never oppressed together in our own land, Adam.
And they refuse to let us go. We still here in the land of our captivity.
I get that for you. Shalawam, Matazabak. Jeremiah 30 and 10. Therefore, fear thou not, O my servant Jacob, saith Yahawah, neither be dismayed, O Israel, for lo, I will save thee from afar, and thy seed from the land of their captivity, and Jacob shall return and shall be in rest. This ain't no rest, Adam. You paying bills. Every brother on this panel paying bills. Everybody in the comment board paying bills. This is not a rest. And Jacob shall return and shall be in rest and be quiet, and none shall make him afraid.
God. Look,
This man
I
just
had a
said,
bug out. I had a
This
bug
nigga
out
bugged the
come and
fuck
tell
out,
me.
man.
yeah, this man
Yeah,
just said,
I had a bug out tell
listen.
me a bug out told me one time that matter of fact a couple of days ago he was like, oh, all Israelites is black. I was like, man, you don't even know the scriptures, man. That's crazy.
I got a
This
precept.
this even crazy what he's saying. Native Americans and Mexicans are Philistines.
We're gonna get you
Yeah.
up out of here, bro. We ain't doing it.
Y'all been
Unless y'all want to give him some notes.
I got one more precept. This
Hit him.
is Amos chapter 7, verse 17. Therefore, thus said Yahawah, thy wife shall be a harlot in the city, and their city is Babylon the Great, and thy sons and thy daughters shall fall by the sword, and you see that every day in Babylon the Great. And thy land shall be divided by line, which is that land over there in Israel, referred to Ezekiel 36 and 5. You got the Palestinians over there, you have Amalek over there, and it reads, and thou shalt die in a polluted land. This is that polluted land, and will eat not bread defiled here amongst the Gentiles. And Israel shall surely go into captivity forth of his land. All right. So we served our captivity over here. So we couldn't have served our captivity in our own land. It's read in the scripture.
and this is what happens when you have these guys, they don't understand prophecy. All they know is that they're Israelites. That's it. And he don't even know who the Israelites are. But
He said Native Americans are Canaanites and Philistines. Come on, man.
but yet have no understanding of prophecy, man. Have no understanding of what Babylon the Great is. Who the daughter of Babylon is, who the whore is, who the beast is. Like, don't even understand the statue in Daniel. Like, man, come on, man. Y'all are lost.
This is Deuteronomy 28 and 63. And it shall come to pass that as Yahawah rejoiced over you to do you good and to multiply you, as Yahawah will rejoice over you to destroy you and to bring you to naught, and ye shall be plucked from off the land whither thou goest to possess it. That land is talking about the land which we took, the land of Israel, our land. So if we were plucked out of, you call America Israel, why are we still here?
Exactly. Didn't it say we would go into bondage on ships? So did we sail to the over there to the east, or did we sail to the west?
If this is Israel, that means that we got to be plucked out of this land and go into bondage on ships. We got another captivity to go into.
Exactly, and we got to sail east. I'm guessing.
Yeah, you know that ain't happening.
That's why these guys, man, they Isaiah 8 and 20. No, they don't speak to the law and the testimony. There's no light in them.
Don't let Johanna hear that. He for sure say, I'm going to paint myself white.
Oh, hey, Matazaba, you seen this? I gotta bring that shit up, man. Let me go get it.
Man.
Going to happen. The Lord wants it to happen. You had better wake up those you out there, and many of you know. Many of you know that what is being prepared against us. If not for the Most High, man, I'd dye my skin and become a white man. It's a lot. If not for the
Damn.
White man.
I'm done.
Oh man.
He say he don't want to have. He say he don't want to have no salt,
No salt. No salt, bro.
no
Hold up,
flavor.
man.
No
One more
flavor.
time. One more time.
He want to be the red man.
If not for the Most High, if not for the Most High, man, I'd dye my skin and become a white man. It's a lot. If not for the Lord, because I'm being prepared against us. If not for the Most High, if not for the Most High, man, I'd dye my skin and become a white man. It's a lot. If not for the Lord.
Wow.
Say that out your mouth, bro.
Like, lying.
I ain't never in my 32 years of living have ever wanted to be an Edomite, bro.
Never.
Never.
Mr. No sauce. Mr. I can't wait for the meal to get cooked. I'd rather eat it raw. Mr. I want to go play in the woods. Man.
That's crazy. And you know they smell like dog. So you gonna smell like dog too.
And what they say in roots of wet chicken.
Right.
Oh man.
Man.
That's wild.
Wow. Yeah, man. That's akin to blasphemy, man. You know? It really is. You know, it's like that mean he really hate his own people. And
Yeah.
you know, he hate his power. He hate Yahawah for saying that, you know? That's crazy.
Like King David said, man, let my tongue cleave to the top of the roof of my mouth. If I ain't Israel, damn that.
Shoot.
Like another thing King David said, they table shall become a snare. That's what's up with them, man.
Yeah.
They ain't right. So everything they do is it's a trap. They just walking in it, man. Quicksand. They sinking.
Fast.
No. We never should covet our enemies, you know? Never. Nothing that they got. You know, because they got the consolation prize.
Nah, he breaking the law right there. Like you coveting
breaking the law.
enemy. What are you doing?
So
that man had the hat on and the sunglasses.
yeah.
Oh.
You know, the black crocodile hunter.
Right.
Huh.
That boy the safari.
Crazy. And like, hey, I heard you say too, like he never take them shades off. Yeah, bro, he never take the shades off.
My elder said something about that, man. Shalawam Elder Mwatazak said, "Why are these niggas teaching with shades on?
Right.
Why are you hiding your eyes? What's up with that? Don't make no sense. What you got to hide?
Yeah, that boy doing some wickedness, boy.
Yeah. Hey, that's why you see a lot of celebrities in interviews
wearing shades.
About to say that.
Yeah.
I just want to say that. Yep.
P. Diddy, that nigga P. Diddy always had shades on.
Rick Ross.
God.
Hey, that's the spirit, boy.
Yep, that's the spirit. Yep.
Bird, man. Shoot.
Backdorian.
Jay-Z, man. All them niggas, man.
Them dudes is really soulless, man. Like
Soulless. Kanye West.
Yeah.
He said he was backdorian.
Backdorian. Oh man. Yep. It's a wicked world, man.
Hey, they didn't change what the mark is like 50 million times.
Yep.
They done went from Christianity to the white woman to selling drugs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, everything but the Quran.
Right.
Everything but.
If you got dope in your hands, that's the mark. Like, what the fuck?
That's a sign that Judas Iscariot, he sold the Lord off with 30 pieces of silver, but in this age it'd probably be some crypto.
And if it's dope, then hey, we got people that's taking pharmaceuticals, that's taking Advil, Tylenol, right?
Mm-hmm.
Antibiotics, things like that.
Hey, what be so funny though is when you literally listen to what they saying is the mark, and then you actually apply it to what the scriptures are saying. So it's like you like, okay, so it's dope. So I'm gonna be able to go in the store with dope and have a fucking thing full of groceries and go, hey, I got this dope right here, just free, right? I can buy this, right? Like it don't make sense. Like I'm going to the store with a fucking cart full of groceries and pull out my pocket dope, and I'm gonna be able to sell it. I mean, I'm gonna be able to buy the groceries with the dope.
That's what I'm saying, man. They congregations.
I got this white woman in my trunk You know what I'm saying? Like, can I get these free groceries? Like, what the hell?
They congregation is for the dumbest of Israel, man.
This is fucking crazy.
The most
Talk about basemen.
basement, con.
I got a precept.
Bring it out.
This is 1 Timothy chapter 4, starting at verse 1. Now the Spirit speaketh expressly that in the latter times some shall depart from the faith, giving heed to seducing spirits and doctrines of devils, speaking lies and hypocrisy, having their conscience seared with a hot iron.
Oh. Wow.
That's it. You know? And those that got itching ears that because really what ISUPK does is they just really latch on to what you did in the world. Like that hip hop shit, you know, chains, grills, right? All that type of stuff. You know, and they just really elevate it and be like, oh, that's good over here, bro. You could do all that. You make music? Oh, come on. We make albums, right? Et cetera, et cetera. So they latching on to that NIGGA spirit and they pushing it. They encouraging it. And then they give you a couple scriptures here and there, you know. It's a hangout. That's all it is.
Hey, let me get that 2 Timothy 3 and 6.
2 Timothy 3 and 6. For of this sort are they which crept into houses and led captive silly women, laden with sins, led away with diverse lusts.
And this is what they do, because they already know what women bring what men. Men are always chasing behind weak men. Weak men are always chasing behind women. So this is who they cater to. You know what I'm saying? This is why they do all the gimmicks. This is why they doing everything that they doing. While the true men of the Lord, we cater to what? We cater to men. We ain't running with the gimmicks. You know what I'm saying? We just give you straight, raw, uncut. You know what I'm saying? You either gonna get with it or you can't get with it, and we don't give a damn.
God. Can I grab a precept, Art?
Oh, yeah, bring it out.
All right. This is Sirach 3 and 24. It says, for many are deceived by their own vain opinion, and an evil suspicion hath overthrown their judgment. You know, without eyes thou shalt want light. Profess not the knowledge, therefore, that thou hast not.
Go on.
I got that 2 Peter.
Bring it up.
This is for Brother Kawaram, 2 Peter 3 and 3. Knowing this first, that there shall come in the last days scoffers, walking after their own lust, and saying, where is the promise of his coming? For since the fathers fell asleep, all things continue as they were from the beginning of creation.
And that's these guys, man. That's why what they doing, they want to what? Oh, we need to build, we need to get a land of our own. We need to build community. Man, these individuals think we really finna be here. And we about to be up out of here, man. And this is how you know they're not.
We got like 1,000 years. It could be 1,000 years before we come back.
Yeah, that simple shit, man. Listen, man, this is how you know they are not spiritual. They are carnal. They literally think we finna be here forever. Nah, man, we finna be up out of here. Hey, look, I ain't trying to build nothing. I'm ready to go.
Man, God.
I'm ready to go. True. And really, by teaching a different doctrine, man, it's like you scoffing at Yahawashi. You teaching contrary to what he taught. What's supposed to come out. Making you anti-Hamashiach. You a false prophet.
Well, what's their damn slogan? If it's not of General Yohana, then you're not in the truth. Nigga, you Yahawashi now? What you mean if it's not of General Yohana? No, if it's not of Yahawah Bahasham, Yahawashi, you ain't in the truth, man.
And that goes directly against what, Mark 9:38 maybe, where it was other brothers calling on the name of Yahawashi, and they was casting out demons, and the apostles was like, but they don't follow us. So that's what ISUPK is saying. If you're not in ISUPK, you're not in the truth. It's other brothers out here, man.
Exactly.
That's keeping the same correct doctrine. That's why when you look at them and you look at Great Millstone always says what? Affiliates. You got affiliates. You got other brothers that's keeping the same correct doctrine, that's doing what they supposed to do.
God.
Got another precept. This is Romans chapter 16 and verse 18. For they that are such, let me start at verse 17. Romans 16 and 17. Now I beseech you, brethren, mark them which cause divisions and offenses contrary to the doctrine which ye have learned, and avoid them. For they
Why y'all always trying to cause division? Great millstone, y'all always trying to cause division. Why can't we just come together? Shut your simple ass up, man. I'm trying to hear that shit. Yeah, we causing division. If they ain't right, they ain't right, man. That's what y'all don't understand, man. If they ain't right, we gonna call it out, man.
That's why I made that post the other day. You know, I don't care if they go back to One West. A lot of niggas is wicked. It don't matter if they go back. All right? Why they ain't still continuing in what they supposed to do? Why is niggas falling away for 10 years, 20 years, and then popping up out of the woodwork out of nowhere? What's up with that? The scriptures say, meddle not with a man that's subject unto change. You go into the world, and now you coming back into this truth because you see scriptures popping off the page, man. I ain't with that shit.
Exactly.
Well, Yahawashi said in Matthew 12, verse 50, for whosoever shall do the will of my Father which is in heaven, the same is my brother and sister and mother. It's all about doing the will. The brothers,
like they say in Malibu Most Wanted, man, the only way you going out is in a box. You can't go back to the world, man. Right? The only way you going out is, you know, you being unalive, martyred, or you going into a chariot, bro. That's it. Ain't no retirement.
Hey, Jake always want to act like they want to be part of a mob, want to be part of the. Hey, this a real mob. This a real game. Like ain't no going out.
blood in, blood out, baby.
Exactly. Ain't no going out.
All right.
I get this one to support brother Darashamav's precept. This is 2 Corinthians 6 and 14. Be ye not unequally yoked together with unbelievers. For what fellowship have righteousness with unrighteousness, and what communion have light with darkness?
And just knowing that you're an Israelite don't mean you're a believer. Right? You got to have, hey man, you got to have this correct doctrine. If your doctrine ain't correct, then guess what? You're not in the faith, man. You still on the outside looking in.
Yeah.
And what is Yahawah going to do? Let's go to Ecclesiasticus 6 and 7. If thou wouldest get a friend, prove him first, and be not hasty to credit him. So you got to be proved by the Most High. You got to be proved by Yahawashi, right? We are a woman towards Yahawashi. Isn't he going to prove his woman, who he's dealing with, who he's going to trust to raise up his kids, right? To raise up his sheep. You know, if you're supposed to be a leader, a teacher, you got to be proven so you can do the job properly.
Right. And the bride got to be without spot or blemish.
Without spot or blemish. The scriptures say she will be adorned. That means to be made, you know, set up for that wedding. A woman's wedding day, which we are woman towards Yahawashi, that's you're the freshest, man. Everything is nails, toenails, you know, body, you know, you eating right so that you're not bloated or whatever. All up until that day, you're getting right. That's why the scripture says to be like virgins. We're supposed to be pure.
That's right.
But no, brother, why can't we just all come together, man? It don't matter if we got different doctrines. We all know we Israel. Come on, man.
Oh man.
Stupid ass people, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, I swear these people don't be reading the scriptures, man.
No.
You know that there's a such thing as 5 virgins with the oil and 5 without. Like they be tripping, man.
And that's an example of brothers that will be in the circumcision, but they ain't got it.
Exactly. It be they of the circumcision who mouths ought to be stopped.
Yep.
That's right. I read that precept earlier for sure. God.
Like this brother, man, Lee Cott, you said that chart is so wrong and y'all still use it. Well, prove it. Prove that the chart is incorrect. Y'all cannot do it, man.
And then you got these symptoms like this guy Lee Cott. Man, we almost at the end of this thing. And y'all thinking we got the wrong chart? We almost at the end of this thing. Literally, Esau was setting up the B system. Literally. The MARK is right around the corner. And y'all still think the chart is wrong.
Huh?
Oh, y'all people slow, man. Slow.
Hey, Lee Cott, disprove it.
And we done proved that it's right, that it's proper. We done went through it many times. Okay? I'm not about to, this is not no Hebrew on demand, man. You come in here asking this and we just, beg to you, drop to you and teach you whatever. No, man. We was moving in the spirit on something other than the chart. You came in here distracted.
Yeah, and then you know what I'm saying, instead of just coming in and you know what I'm saying, asking, hey, can y'all explain the chart? No, you didn't say that. You say that chart is wrong, as if you know. So since you know so much.
Yahawashi Barak, Shabath, Shalawam.
Hey, Shabbat Shalawam. Yahawah.
So since you know so much, how about you go on your channel and you set up your chart and you break down your chart and explain your chart to the people, and you and the people that's gonna follow that chart have fun. How about you go do that?
Yeah.
And show us where the Israelites will be according to Genesis the 49th chapter. You got it.
People like that, we're not even gonna waste our time. Somebody get Psalms 14:1, because for you to say that the chart is wrong and we don't know nothing about the Bible, number one, you're bearing false witness. That's your first strike. Number two, you don't know any brethren here on the panel. And number three, all right, the scriptures even tell you, all right, that when you try a man should be he should be known by his speech. So like the elder said, Ariah, the first thing you should have did coming in the comments, was you should have said immediately, yo, can y'all please show me through biblical prophecy breaking down the 12 tribes chart? That would have been the smartest and wisest thing you could have said. But yet you come up on here showcasing your high tail, right? Which you made yourself look like a fool, because we can easily go through the breakdown of the 12 tribe chart, which a lot of y'all haven't learned to break down. That's why you come up on here and try to debunk, and then when we ask you, you prove, because we don't have to prove. We've already proven that it's accurate. You try to prove that it's not accurate, which you can't do. And we've already asked many brothers like yourself to debunk the 12 tribe chart, and we're still waiting for the full breakdown.
Hey, Salah, let me say something right quick. I looked on this guy. I looked on this guy's site. He's either Puerto Rico, Cuban, and he don't know that the Indians from Puerto Rico, Cuba had went into captivity. So they fit the prophecies in Deuteronomy 28 and Leviticus 26. Yeah, and they sent them to Spain. They sent them to the islands of West Africa, and here even the United States, his Caribbean brothers, the other Caribbeans on the island. So he'll know what he's talking about. Right.
That's why we're not wasting our time with them. We don't have to prove nothing to you, Lee Cott. Go get lost. Skip down the yellow brick road, my boy, because you about to be on a live very soon. You've already been marked.
Shalakia, I got a precept, Sirach 20:7. A wise man will hold his tongue till he see opportunity, but a babbler and a fool will regard no time.
And that's exactly what we had.
I got a precept for that, man. Ecclesiasticus, Ecclesiastes 5:1. Keep thy foot when thou go up to the house of power, and be more ready to hear than to give the sacrifice of fools, for they consider not that they do evil. Be not rash with thy mouth. That's what you're doing, Lee Cott. That's why we muted you, because you constantly just going off in the comments like a female, man. And let not thine heart be hasty to utter anything before power, for power is in heaven and thou upon earth. Therefore let thy words be few. For a dream cometh through the multitude of business, and a fool's voice is known by multitude of words.
You've been talking ever since you came up. Been talking ever since he popped up. And just another thing that people don't understand. when they come amongst men such as ourselves, they don't understand that you literally coming forth to face Yahawah Bahasham, Yahawashi. Like we the vessels, man. When you coming up and talking to us, you literally meeting your maker, man. So these words that y'all speaking unto us, y'all consider it as it's something light, but it's really heavy and it's gonna fall on your head, man. Yeah, it's gonna fall like a ton of bricks on your head. That's how heavy it is, and you're gonna be deleted, man. That's what you're gonna get for talking out of terms, man. Not understanding that you're doing evil.
God.
Man, I'm checking your page. You either Cuban, as the elder said, or Puerto Rican. You ain't got no lessons on your page. Just a lot of folly, a lot of BS. And you coming at us trying to rebuke us and correct us, but you're not teaching the people according to the scriptures? Come on, bro. Take that shit somewhere else.
Exactly. No breakdowns. Nowhere on that page.
Anybody got it? Y'all got it.
But this is what you have. This is what you have with the 2/3, man. She was amazing to me.
This is where is it at? Ecclesiastes 10:6. Folly is set in great dignity, and the rich sit in low place. So, as you can see, look at things like Instagram, right? TikTok, right? Snapchat, right? OnlyFans, folly, shit that has no point. It's vain as hell. It's not actually a beneficial or actually really profiting you. It's just don't nobody care about looking at pictures and shit like that. But this world has lift that up. So now fools can get money. You can post a picture. I be seeing these, post 20 times a day, post 5 times a day, post this and that to get your page up so you can make money off TikTok, etc., etc. It's folly. It's not hard work, man. All right? It's like I said the other day, it's artificial dopamine. You're not really achieving anything, man. This
Yeah, it's
internet
all
is
vanity.
destroying your mind.
It's all vanity at the end of the day. I made a point on your last live. I just spoke a little bit on it, but I mentioned 2 scriptures. I mentioned Solomon, Ecclesiastes, the 9th chapter, and Job, the 3rd chapter. And I think I was talking to one of the brethren. I said, what was significant between what Solomon said and what Job said? And they couldn't get it. I said, remember, Solomon pointed out with Yahawah giving him wisdom of everything. This man done every single thing on the earth, tested every single thing on the earth, only to find out that the best thing that man can do on the earth, he said, out of everything, was to enjoy his time with his wife, the fruit of his labor, and the grape of the vine. He goes, anything outside of that is all vanity.
Vanity. God.
All vanity. And then to add more spiritual insight, remember when Job said, why did I not be unalive, from the womb instead of being born? Because when you understand from his point of view, which aligned up what Solomon said, which was a spiritual connection, basically Job, in so many words, was saying the moment you are born, it's all vanity anyway, because what? You're going to be unalive. Eventually, you're going to be unalive. You're going to go 6 feet under. So what's the point?
Yeah, this ain't our cue.
That's why Apostle Paul, he remember doing his ministry, he said, what? I would rather be with Yahawashi to be in that glory than to be here. But I know I must finish my course. Because it's all vanity at the end of the day. It ain't nothing here.
Right.
So when you understand that from a spiritual perspective, that's what puts you in the right mindset of the hopeful elect. That's why y'all sitting up there getting upset with us. ISUPK, IUIC, Genesis, Sakari, all right, Watchmen. Because you're not putting on, you're not making your calling in an election sure. You forgot about that. You forgot to go back to the basics. Did not Yahawashi say, remember thy first love?
My first love.
Damn, boy, that's the spirit. You just took it out of my mouth.
Yeah,
I
that's
was
it.
just about to say that.
You see what I'm saying? This is what this is what we do, man. Because we understand the significance and we understand that there's a greater reward. You're supposed to run your race.
Fine.
Jake don't want to run the race. They want to drop out. You know, y'all got it.
Hey, let me get that Proverbs 18 and 2.
Okay. It's Proverbs 18 and 2, and it reads, "A fool hath no delight in understanding."
So that's
But
Likat. He ain't got no delight in understanding. We could have broke down that chart, and guess what? He still wouldn't have accepted it because he don't want understanding.
No.
Go, bro.
a fool have no delight in understanding, but that his heart may discover itself.
Yeah, so his heart is going to discover itself. When is his heart going to discover itself? Which is your mind. All those thoughts that he got in his mind is going to discover himself when all out hell break loose and he find out that everything that he trusted in is going to fail his ass. That's when it's going to discover itself. He going to find out that what he thought he had was all vanity, man. Worthless. Nothing.
I got a precept box if y'all allow me.
Yeah, bring it out.
Right. It's Ezekiel 33 and 31. And they come unto thee as the people cometh, and they sit before thee as my people, and they hear thy words, but they will not do them. For with their mouth they show much love, but their heart goeth after their covetousness. And lo, okay, I'll continue. I'll finish it out. And lo, thou art unto them as a very lovely song of one that hath a pleasant voice and can play well on an instrument. For they hear thy words, but they do them not. And when this cometh to pass, lo, it will come. Then shall they know that a prophet hath been among them. That's it.
That was it. You know, because we brought it out, broke it down for you. You hear the words, but you don't care for it. We singing this song, man. But you rather go listen to the worldly song. You rather go listen to some Drake or some Wayne or some BS, right? Stuff that they're telling you out there. You don't want to hear this righteous song, man. I call this song the song that Noah sang, the song that Moses sang, the song that King David sang, the truth. At the end of the day, that our forefathers song that we always sung throughout every regeneration, throughout all existence. We sung this song and we singing it once again.
God.
If you recognize it, if you can recognize this song and you can feel it, you can understand it, you can take it in, then guess what? You was most likely singing this song in your past life, right? You just being woke back up to it. You like, oh, I know them lyrics. I know that name, Yahawah, Yahawashi. Dang, it feels so good to me. It feels fresh. That's what it is, because you're walking back into that light. I'm going to get that. The spirits of the prophets are subject
Who's
to the prophets. What's that? You said Romans 5?
What you looking for?
The spirits of the spirit of the prophets or spirit of the prophets?
Yeah, that's 1 Corinthians 14 chapter.
Water, bro.
Yeah, 32 verse.
Yeah, 32.
And the spirits of the prophets are subject to the prophets. So also, the wicked, they go back into wicked lots. Everybody goes back into their respective lots because we are all predestinated from the beginning. I said that in the lesson that you can't change any piece of the book. You can't change anything. The prophecy's going to pass regardless if we don't preach them or nothing. They're still going to pass. All right? The scriptures say what? I could raise up rocks to do this job.
God.
I got it.
All right, Isaiah 33 and 5. The Lord our power Yahweh is exalted, for he dwelleth on high. He hath filled Zion with judgment and righteousness, and wisdom and knowledge shall be the stability of thy times, and strength of salvation. The fear of the Lord our power is his treasure.
Fine. So this wisdom, this knowledge, all right, and having this understanding, this is what's gonna keep you stable. So once again, going back to that Proverbs 18 and 2, this man coming up on this board talking like he knows something, but he have nothing. And it's gonna show in the end. All right, this man is gonna crack, this man is gonna break when all that hell break loose, and he don't got this wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and instructions to know what's going on, man.
Ignorance is not bliss.
Exactly. These people don't have no clue, no idea of these prophecies, man. That's why when you want, if you really want to understand if somebody truly have this wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, ask them to break down the prophecies. And if they can't break down the prophecies, then guess what? They ain't got it, man. Again, it's a million people that could tell you Israel, but can they break down these prophecies correctly?
Remember, Apostle Paul said too, through the Spirit, he said a man's work is going to be proven through fire, whether that foundation is strong or not. So when the time comes, when we all go through that hour of temptation, a lot of dudes who were just in this to be in it because it was the next best thing for them, their foundation is going to crumble. They're not going to have a foundation. You see, and Apostle Paul spoke about that. I know that's in 1 Corinthians. He spoke about your foundation being tried with fire.
God.
Nah.
All right. I got a precept. 2 Ezra 14 and 13. Now therefore set thine house in order, and reprove thy people. Comfort such of them as be in trouble, and now renounce corruption. Let go from thee mortal thoughts. Cast away the burdens of man. Put off now the weak nature, and set aside the thoughts that are most heavy unto thee, and haste thee to flee from these times.
And guess what? That's why we hate it, because we stick to that. See, these other Israelite camps, they got a weak nature about them. They don't put off the weak nature. They don't want to reprove these other Israelites groups that be going on. We reprove them. We correct them. You see that? We call them out because we don't. Hey, we ain't got no weak nature in this. If you're going off, we're gonna tell you you're going off, and we're gonna make it known. Ain't gonna be none of this. Oh, why didn't you just go to him and talk to him in private? Nah, he spoke that BS out in the public.
In public, yep. He did it in the public.
Yeah.
And not only that, you steady speaking the same thing that we always correct you on. So guess what that is showing us? That's showing us that you have no respect for Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, because these are not our words that we speaking. We speaking the words of Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi. So by you just totally disregarding what we saying when we coming out of the scriptures, it ain't like we wrote the book and we coming out with words that we saying. No, we correcting you with the doctrine. And then you steady want to continue to push year after year after year, steady want to push these things. No, man, you being disrespectful at this point. So therefore, I ain't got no respect for these groups, man.
Nope.
None.
Somebody get that in Psalms 94 and 16. That's a perfect precept.
I get it. Psalms 94 and 16. Who will rise up for me against the evildoers, or who will stand up for me against the workers of iniquity?
So that's what the Lord is looking for. All right. He said to do what? Love judgment, love, righteous. All right. Hate the evil, love the good. So who's going to be his ambassadors to implement that? That's what you got to ask yourself. If you walking in the spirit of Yahawah Bahasham Yahawashi, you got to ask yourself, who's going to stand up for what's right?
I got it. John 1 and verse 12. But as many as received him, that's Yahawashi, to them gave he power to become the sons of Yahawah, even to them that believe on his name, which were born not of blood, nor of the will of the flesh, nor of the will of man, but of Yahawah.
go. So what that means in a nutshell is the spirit of truth entered into you, and it was like a light bulb that went out, and you started being sucked with to that understanding. You were quickening it through the spirit.
God.
You see? So when people ask, oh, well, how are you able to do that? It's not through me, it's through the will of Yahawah Bahasham Yahawashi. When the prophet Isaiah, when he spoke in the spirit about Yahawashi, he said when Yahawashi was going to come on the scene, the one thing that the Heavenly Father was going to make sure indeed was he was going to quicken him with the spirit of understanding, wisdom, knowledge. It's the same thing for his elect. That's why Ezra's, when he wrote, he said the people that he take to joy that was going to come in these days, not knowing the prophets, not knowing who Yahawah was, but when they hear it through the preaching of the word, through faith, it what moved them, the spirit. They were quickening.
God, the sheep know his voice. God.
Song, man. They know the lyrics to the song.
That's right. And it's a beautiful song, you know.
I want to get this. This is Psalms 58, 10 and 11. The righteous shall rejoice when he seeth the vengeance. He shall wash his feet in the blood of the wicked. So understanding we gonna have that man, that's a great privilege to take place in that judgment. To wash our feet in the blood of the wicked, man, to get down with those spiritual powers, to be battle axes, to throw down. Right? Verse 11. So that a man shall say, verily, there is a reward for the righteous. What's that reward? Verily, he is a power that judgeth in the earth. So we're going to be raised up in a position of dominion, a position of power to be judges as we supposed to be. What's a king, ultimately? A judge.
Yeah.
A priest, right? A priest is a judge in a sense too. So we're carrying out an order. We are... everything trickles down in order, man. And we are little orders, you know, going forth and placing order all over the universe. Because we're going to have many mansions, rulership all over this universe, not just the planet.
Hey, Jeremiah, let me get John 12 and 49.
John 12 and 49. And Shalawam to the brother Adar, Yahawah Bahasham Yahawashi Barak, bro. This is John 12 and 49. For I have not spoken of myself, but the Father which sent me, he gave me a commandment, what I should say and what I should speak.
And we walking in Yahawah's footsteps, so it's the same thing with us. All right? We only speaking what the Father gives us to speak. We're the vessels. Nothing more, nothing less. So again, as I stated before, when we preaching this word, when we giving the truth, the understanding of the scriptures, it's wise that you people take heed to it because it's not of us. This is of Yahawah Bahasham Yahawashi.
All right, I got a precept, 2 Samuel 22 and 31. As for Yahawah, his way is perfect. The word of the Lord Yahawah is tried. He is a buckler to all them that trust in him. For who is Yahawah? Save the Lord. And who is a rock? Save our power. Yahawah is my strength and power, and he maketh my way perfect. He maketh my feet like hinds' feet, and setteth me up upon high places. He teacheth my hands to war, so that a bow of steel is broken by mine arms. I'm gonna end there.
And hey, that's what it is, man. So this is why we don't want to trust in cardinal things, man. We stand spiritual because at the end of the day, guess what? The Lord is what's going to bring you through. That's it. All right. So when trouble hits, hey, all we got to do is pray, and we're gonna make it through some kind of way, somehow. We're gonna make it through, man. We ain't got to go out and go build a community. We ain't got to go out and buy hella guns and food and all this prepping, that doomsday prepping and all that. Nah, man. Only thing that we got to prep in and keep prepping on is these scriptures, man. And calling upon the name of Yahawah and Yahawashi, and we're good.
Hey, what'd you say the other day? Yaram, you said prepare to be as pilgrims. That's in the word. That's the script, man. So true.
Yeah, second address. What's that?
Yep.
Second address 16, I believe, or 15.
Yeah, I
Your
think it's
second Ezra 16 and 40, it said, "Oh my people, hear my word, make you ready to thy battle, and in those evils be as even as pilgrims upon the earth." Come.
You got it, Adar. Go ahead, bro.
Uh, for a quick point, when y'all said pilgrim, when you look at the etymology for that word, it means a person looking for holy land. And you see that in Hebrews 11th chapter. You know, Abraham, Lot, and Sarai was looking for a holy land. A holy land, and they were pilgrims on the earth. Pilgrims mean a person looking for a holy land. But a brother said, you singing a song. I just wanted to get this because, you know, I love when brothers talk about that song because it's the best album. It's the best album. This is Psalms 19, verse 2. It says, day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where the voice is not heard. Their line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. In them have he set a tabernacle from the sun. When you look at the etymology for that word in Hebrew, for the word their line, H6957, the word is kav, and it is a chord. It's a chord. The Strong's definition is a musical string or chord, right? So this thing, when you look at Isaiah the 13th chapter, verse 2, it says, lift up a banner. You look at the word banner, it means a sign, right? This Bible is a sign. You know, this word is a song, it's an album from Genesis to Second Maccabees, Genesis to Revelations with understanding. And it is a puzzle, you know. So this is a song that is actually being pushed throughout the ends of the earth. You know, you got brothers in other countries shaking their hand at Babylon. You got the men of the Lord shaking their hand at Babylon, and to all the other nations that's in the outskirts of the world. You know, again, this is a song, but you can take it back.
Come. The water.
Let me get Revelation 5 and 9.
Revelations 5 and 9. It reads, and they sung a new song, saying, thou art worthy to take the book and to open the seals thereof, for thou wast slain and hast redeemed us to power by thy blood out of every kindred and tongue and people and nation.
So what is that song? What is that book that was loosened? And how do you get it? Who loosened the seal? Who opened the book? Who received the book?
The lamb that is worthy.
Yahawah. That's why. What's that? Revelation 19:10, right? If I'm not mistaken. The
testimony?
The spirit of Yahawah's prophecy. Yeah, bring that out too. You see that? So this is the new song. What we speaking? We once again, we are only the vessels. We only get this through Yahawah and Yahawashi. We're singing a new song, which is the book. It's open. It's open now.
You got something, Zaquan?
Yeah, I like to say in the future when people say, you know, they not Israel, well, they're going to have to go on the scripture and prove they not Israel. Meaning they're going to know that the curses don't fit. They're going to have to go on Deuteronomy 28, Leviticus 26, and the rest of the chapters in their book and prove they not the Israel. If not, shut up. Go back in the comment section. They got to know it. They got to break down the scriptures. They know, well, I feel this and I feel that.
Yeah,
it ain't what you it ain't what you feel. It is what it is. Go ahead. What you about to say?
Yeah, I was about to say, we're gonna start making them explain to us what they think. Since you saying that we ain't got it right, then you tell us what's the right way.
Yeah, and they're gonna have to you know, like you the password. They're gonna have to tell us what the word Hebrew means, what the word Israelite means, what the word Bible means. Yep.
And watch how quiet it get. You gonna be hearing crickets. They ain't gonna be able to say nothing.
Hey, it's like, you know, it's like it.
Go ahead, brother.
I was gonna say, you know, it's just like, you know, train up a child in the way they should go. A lot of people don't realize the word discipline and love go hand in hand, right? So even go towards enemy, right? Why would the scripture say to love our enemy, right? To love the enemy basically is to, you can, do it from a distance, but
Yep.
this discipline is bringing out the word, and that's that fire that's going to burn that impurity out of them. You know, it's a consuming fire, this word. And it's also a cleansing agent, for the hopefully elect. So call Halalyam, Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, man. This word powerful, man.
Yeah.
Fine.
Touching on that, I was speaking to you brothers about my testimony with my mother the other day. And it's funny how Saquon brought that out about how they're going to have to go into prophecies and prove that we're not the people. And as I was going through the curses with her, I took her to Deuteronomy, I took her to Joel, took her to Amos. And I said, I told her later this evening, because she started to see it. She started to see the parallels just based upon her opening her Bible and reading it for herself. But when she watched the movie on YouTube, because I sent her the link, Goodbye, Uncle Tom, and she kept going back to Joel, the 3rd chapter. She kept going back to Deuteronomy 28:68. It was undeniable from there. She saw it. She said, we're those people. She goes, for anyone who denies that we're not the people, and you can see it, they give you visual movies. And if you're in the spirit to align them with prophecy, she goes, something is wrong with you. Those were her words. She goes, something is definitely wrong with you, because it's evident. It's in the scriptures. People just either they read it and they're blinded. Their third eye is not open all the way to receive it, or they're afraid to admit it because they're so comfortable being in this state.
You know what I think is they comfortable of being in this state, like the scripture said, they should be willfully ignorant. Right. So being an Israelite got a lot of responsibility, because number one, it's gonna tell you get your shit together. And Jake don't like order. Jake like disorder, everything just freestyling and stuff. Jake don't like order, man. They don't like discipline. They don't want to stop putting stuff up their nose or inhaling harmful thing in their lungs and stuff. They don't want to stop eating pork and get their diet together and exercise and read and study all that stuff. They don't want to do that stuff. They just want to. They just want to be NIGGER.
Right. They
And
don't want to take no accountability.
Hey, what did Pac say? I'd rather be your NIGGA so we could get.
right,
Yeah.
That's
what they
basically
want.
what it is, man. That's basically what it is.
They're malicious, man. That means intending to do harm. So wisdom is
Yeah,
not going to go into their soul because they want to constantly harm themselves. You know
yeah.
that pig, once you eat pig, your blood is cancerous for the first 7 hours that you ate that pork, right? That's
Wait,
showing you that it's harmful to your body.
wow, I didn't know that. It was cancerous for the whole 7 hours.
Yeah,
Wow.
if you eat some pig, right, and then you go take a test, they're gonna say that you have CANCER, and you don't,
That,
but it's because you ate that pig.
That makes sense. That would make sense, because knowing that pig itself, they don't have any sweat glands, so all of that things that they eat that already has bacteria and stuff that stays within their gut. So when that goes straight to the butcher house, when they butcher up that meat, not to get too graphic, you're basically putting that bacteria in your body. I'll give you an example. My rib the other day, she just stumbled across a TikTok video of a woman. I think she claimed to be a follower of IUIC. Come to find out, we go on this girl page, and she's telling other women that you can have locks and stuff in your hair, right? So we went a little bit deeper, only to find out she did a whole video of her dressed up, getting up in the morning, putting on her dress with fringes and hair wrap, and then she showed a video of her making her husband breakfast, and she served him. She said eggs, sausage, toast, and bacon.
Mm.
mm,
And I go to my rib. I say, you see the hypocrisy.
And you
A
said
lot of these Israelites are not in it. They just don't have it. You put out a whole video, and that video got over 40 plus likes. One comment of some smiling emojis, and I go, out of 36 likes, when was one of y'all actually going to leave a comment to say, Aqua, how can you claim on your channel that you keep the commandments, but yet you show a video of you serving your husband, the head of your household, bacon, that goes against Leviticus, the 11th chapter. Make that make sense.
God.
That's crazy.
So going back to the brother Urania's point, you know, a lot of y'all are just cosplay Israelites, man. You're just here to make another name for yourself. See, when you get put on the spot to rebuke thy neighbor in love, when it comes to you being in that position, that's the whole point of you setting yourself up in the spirit to take your rightful throne as being a God over the planet Earth, to do the will of Yahawah by implementing the law, statutes, and commandments. But when it comes time for you to say, hey, no, that's wrong, you going off, you got to go back to the drawing board. Nobody wants to say nothing. Then you get hit with the, you see, y'all always getting on somebody. We supposed to come together. We supposed to, oh, nation not desired, come together. It's the same rhetoric, man.
It's a funny thing. They say they don't hate nobody, but then they'll say they'll hate us. Like recently, brother did a video in North Carolina that stud. She like, yeah, I don't hate nobody. Oh, I hate you, Hebrew Israelite. Just double minded, man. You know. Then someone will say, well, why we got all these religious stuff? Why we just can't get along? But then they want to diss the Israelites. You know, we're not a religion, but you know.
I want to bring out a precept for what Brother Matzabak said. This is 1 John 2:16. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh and the lust of the eyes and the pride of life is not of the Father, but is of the world. So with that girl cooking bacon, sausage, things like that, they just want to live according to their flesh, their desires, what their body is telling them to do, not the spirit. That's why you look at certain camps, ISUPK, IUIC, right, et cetera, they talking about sex intercourse on the Shabath, et cetera. They're living according to the flesh. They're talking, nobody can tell me what I can do with my rib, et cetera, right? So they're not living according to the spirit and how you're supposed to carry yourself as a man of Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, but they're living according to, really, that's an Edomite vibration, man, you know?
Yeah, we have to bring that out. Somebody get what's that, Isaiah 58, and then back that up also in Leviticus 15 about when a man passes seed copulation, he is pronounced unclean for the evening. Or you can get the one in Exodus when the Lord told Moses, have not your men come out their wives for 3 days. Because see, a lot of Israelites don't understand that the Sabbath is a holy day. So when you go into the word holy, Kodash, it means to be set apart, to consecrate. So if you're laying down with your rib on what's supposed to be the most consecrated day set aside, one day out of the whole week, you and her defiled yourself on a holy day.
God.
So where in the scriptures, you have to be held accountable for that. If you're going to teaching that, yeah, man, you here it is, you got 6 whole days to get it in with your rib. But on the 7th, the most holiest consecrated day, you can't hold out for 1 day. That's supposed to be a holy day. Make that make sense. The scriptures tell you not to you're not supposed to do thy pleasures on the Sabbath day. Having intercourse with your rib is a pleasure.
Here it goes, Isaiah 58:13 and 14. If thou turn away thy foot from the Shabath, from doing thy pleasure on my holy day, and call the Shabath a delight, the holy of Yahawah honorable, and shalt honor him, not doing thy own ways, nor finding thy own pleasure, nor speaking thy own words, then shalt thou delight thyself in Yahawah, and I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father, for the mouth of Yahawah have spoken it.
Right. So now we got to break that down, because we are living in modern times, right? Obviously, we know this ain't the ancient world. Okay, you see, y'all did those that no. So, for instance, I had to go into work today. I had a first aid training today on a Shabath.
I just got off work
See what I'm
and
saying?
Shabath started
You're
eating.
not supposed to work on the Shabbat. This is where the grace comes in. There's things that we cannot keep, but there's also things that we can do. Like I'm not going to sit there and watch the replay of what happened on wrestling or watch the replay of what happened on the game. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to wait until the very next day because that's doing my own pleasure. That's something that I take enjoyment of. That's what it's talking about. Everything that you do, that you get enjoyment out of, set that aside for the day and do things that are pleasing to Yahawah Bahasham Yahawashi to the best of your ability, not being over righteous.
Right.
See what I mean? So,
Kind.
but you got people that's calling themselves leaders over other young brethren that's coming in the truth, and you're going and teaching them, oh, bro, go ahead and man handle your ribs. You do whatever you want to do with her on the Shabbat and everything. It's all good. What sort of standard are you like? What's going on? Woo. Can you imagine it?
Blind guides.
What sort of standard are you setting for Israel, man?
And nobody calls it out.
Exactly.
That's
Nobody.
crazy. Nobody calls it out but us.
It's crazy.
You gotta leave. We all remember what he said at 4 years ago. The situation that happened between Will Smith and Chris Rock.
Right.
And what did you know who say? The general. If I was Will Smith, this is the advice I would give him. I would tell him to go and pop his wife. Fool, you listen. So everything you've learned from Elder Yahweh, Elder Ariyah on down, right? Elder Apostle Tahar.
Yep.
Everything you didn't learn. You telling me that the best advice to tell another brother is, oh, go ahead and commit adultery and pop his wife. That's what the general said. That's on YouTube for anybody in the comment section that think that we just making stuff up. No, go and look it up. It's on YouTube. He said it.
This ain't it, but this the latest and greatest from Commanding General Yahanan. I want to play this because I don't think Zaquan heard it yet.
Okay, go ahead.
You know, many of you know that what is being prepared against us. If not for the Most High, man, I'd dye my skin and become a white man. Salah. If not for the Lord.
You heard that, Zaquan?
That's a shame, man.
That's a shame. Well, maybe he said something he really want to be.
Right.
Because he teaching off doctrine, and then he's teaching off doctrine and stuff like that. Everything he told our people to take the jump shot. And
he even said, that's Mr. Doing the butt. Hey.
Yep, he said doing the butt and stuff.
He sure did say that. I forgot all about that.
Yep. Then he said, I remember on an interview on Channel 5 years ago, he said, I don't hate the white tee, man. The Most High hates the white tee, man. So
IUIC said the same thing.
So he wants to be an Edomite. I mean, it's John 8:4 Yahawah said, "You are your father, the devil."
Yep,
exactly.
Yep. And he's misleading Israel. He's not leading Israel right.
That's man.
Yep.
Yeah.
The Lord
and brothers under him, man, they so carnal, man, and stuff. Yep. You gotta be under them. You gotta be with them. Like, huh? Like you didn't read Mark chapter 9, verse 38 to 41.
38, yep, brought it out, yep.
You know, these brothers, man, yeah, it's some sincere brothers on counts, man. But I'm not gonna deal with these brothers on them, man. They carnal minded, man. They don't understand the truth. They just regurgitating what they hear and shit, but they not breaking that. Saying that Shalawam, you're not the truth. You say Shalawam. When you read in the scriptures, when it said all is well, you go into the Hebrew, actually say Shalawam.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, I get that for you, Ak, on the bread. 1 Samuel 21, 4 and 5. And the priest answered David and said, there is no common bread under my hand, but there is hallowed bread, if the young men have kept themselves at least from women. And David answered the priest and said unto him, of a truth, women have been kept from us about these 3 days since I came out, and the vessels of the young men are holy, and the bread is in a manner common, yea, though it was sanctified this day in the vessel.
You see, 3 days. Why? And that shows you holy means to be set apart, consecrated. Again, how can you sit up there and teach the congregation that it's okay to get down on the Shabath, man? Come on, make that make sense.
All right. When you I ain't never seen King David, Moses, Abraham, all them getting down on Shabbat.
Right. Exactly.
All right. I ain't even see Samson. Samson didn't get down on Shabbat.
Because you would need like Elder Malcolm will always say, when you produce your cause, I want minimum 3 precepts for that breakdown. That was one of the first things I learned from Elder Malcolm when I came back in the truth. And that stuck with me. He was like, if to produce your cause, give me minimum 3 precepts for a full breakdown.
Yeah. They say everything should be done in decency and order and decency. Yeah.
Yep. I'll never forget that. That's why I always centered my lessons around minimum three precepts going into a topic. 1 point to the next point, to the next point, minimum 3. That stuck with me. That was when him and Elder Yasharahla, it was the first 2 I learned off of. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, bring it out, Akia.
Real quick before I bring it out, especially when you're talking about the Shabbat and new moon, that's 1 day. You telling me you don't got discipline for 1 day? This is Wisdom of Solomon, the 6th chapter in verse 17. It says, for the very true beginning of her is the desire of discipline, and the care of discipline, love. Right? And what is love? 1 John 3 and 18. Don't love in word or tongue, but love in deed and in truth. Right? To really serve the Lord, you got to move in action. And a lot of people don't understand what real fearing the Lord is. It means to reverence and to be terrified of Yahawashi. TJ, turn that light upstairs. You know your mom got her door open. To be terrified of the Lord. You don't want to be caught handling business when it's spot if Yahawashi comes. You know? And when you go to Sarak, let me get this other one too. I'm sorry, Sarak. Sarak Ecclesiasticus chapter 42. Verse.
You get it for you? I get it for you.
Oh, okay. Get verse 20. But you can read from verse 18 to 20.
He seeketh out the deep and the heart, and considereth their crafty devices. For Yahawah knoweth all that may be known, and he beholdeth the signs of the world. He declareth the things that are past and for to come, and revealeth the steps of hidden things. No thought escapeth him, neither any word is hidden from him.
Right. So anything you do is already recorded. And that goes again, if you truly fear the Lord, you're gonna know that you're being watched and recorded. Right? Just like when we go to Abraham, when the Lord told him to leave his family, leave his kindred, leave his country, and go to a place I'm gonna give you and your descendants. That man moved by faith. Even when he sacrificed Isaac, he knew that the Lord can raise him back again. You gotta truly fear the Lord to know exactly what brother's talking about the Shabbat. If we can, if you can't, now that's understandable because we're under grace. But when you have those days when you're actually able to keep the Shabbat and you're not working, in the same example, you want to be fearing the Lord to do your best. Do your best. That's the bare minimum we can do. But you got it, King.
Yeah, like go ahead, brother.
I was about to say, bring it at Proverbs 15 and 3.
Proverbs 15:3. The eyes of Yahawah are in every place, beholding the evil and the good.
You got
And
to
that goes hand in hand with all these guys in these high roles of claiming to be leaders and generals and bishops and whatnot. You're not taking into consideration that, as the scripture says, every idle word should be held in account thereof in the day of judgment. So, like Ariel brought out in the last lesson a day ago, he brought out James, the 3rd chapter, that we who teach this word, we're going to be judged more strictly than others. Why? Because a greater deal of responsibility was given unto us, and we should have known better. So when you're dealt with this ministry, when you're dealt with this wise counsel, you should have known better because you knew. Like when Yahawashi made the parable about the talent and what happened with the one individual who knew that Yahawashi was an austere man. So what did he do? He sat on the ministry. He took the talent and he just hid it. Don't be that dude. If you know a little something and it clicks with you stuff and you get in that fire burns in you stuff, that's a call in that, hey, you've been called, and may Yahawashi also select you to also be chosen.
I like to say, man, this is it ain't just about this life, man. It's everlasting. This moment is gonna be looked at forever, right? We're gonna look at in the kingdom, and we're gonna look at these, 2/3. I mean, they're gonna be no more ashamed and confounded. But still, as my elder out here always bring it out, it's rank in the kingdom, man. That's what the scriptures also talks about. It's a rank. It's a different positions, right? So you want to go forth and make your calling to the election sure while you have the opportunity to do so. Put forth your best foot forward, man. Why would you not? Y'all got it.
I got the Leviticus 15 precept. We're keeping with the Shabbat. So Leviticus 15:1, and Yahawah spake unto Moses and to Aaron, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, when any man hath a running issue out of his flesh, because of his issue he is unclean. And this shall be his uncleanness in his issue, whether his flesh run with his issue, or his flesh be stopped from his issue, it is his uncleanness. Every bed wherein he lieth that hath the issue is unclean, and everything whereon he sitteth shall be unclean. And whosoever toucheth his bed shall wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until the even.
Yep. Can you drop down to verse 18? Because that's the main point.
Verse 18. The woman also with whom man shall lie with seed of copulation, they shall both bathe themselves in water and be unclean until the even.
There it is. So what that's saying is when you have intercourse with your wife, you and her supposed to both clean up yourself, have a shower, bath, whatever it is your forte, but you and her are both unclean until the very next evening. See that? So by you being unclean and you're doing it on the Sabbath day, you've not only defiled the Sabbath, but you've also defiled yourself.
Okay. And that lets you know that brothers that have multiple wives, you're not doing it for Roman and Greek practices where they would have orgies's, right? Perverse type of ways, but you're doing things in order. You lay with one wife maybe on Monday, you lay with your next wife on maybe Wednesday, as long as it's not a Shabath and your wife's not on a rag.
And I could definitely, I do have two wives, so I totally agree to that. And of course, it has to line with scriptures. Of course, you're not laying with both of your wives at the same time, let alone that mindset is going to bring in sin, especially with women and women. As a man, you have to know that having two women, you have to deal with two personalities. let alone emotions and feelings. And what an elder said, regardless if you got one or two, like me having two, I always afflict myself that I have a double portion. So I have to give double more time to the Lord because he gave me two women. Just because you got two women, if a brother got three or four, that do not mean slacking in business. Like all the time, your Romeo would do a video and say, "Well, I got to go spend time with the family," and he'll still be on the live for another hour. And that's what happens. It's time to where I schedule to do something with my wife or my kid, and guess what? I'm either doing a lesson, I'm either reading. And if they're of the faith, that woman not gonna get her emotions and feelings. She's gonna know, like my wife know that I'm trying to get them in the kingdom with nobody in their life.
That's it. That's right. They'll be in the right spirit. Yep.
No mother, no father, no friend, nobody on this earth is greater than a husband that can lead you to the kingdom. You know what I'm saying? So all those other things, like when you read 1 Timothy 5:6, it says, "But she that liveth in pleasure is dead while she liveth." So Rock 27:3, if a man don't hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord, his house is going to be overthrown. You got to have fear of the Lord. Yo, what if the Lord bring chaos? What if your house, you always arguing with your wife, or your wives is arguing with each other? It's something that you're doing where you have to rule your house. Like it's saying Timothy, if you're not going to rule your house, how do you think you fit to take care of the church?
Yep. You gotta have order in your house, and that's a beautiful point you brought. Cause see, a true daughter of Zion, when she sees you doing the work and everything, like you said, she's not going to get upset. Like if you go and you want to do something, whatever, but the first order of business is this truth. That's the first order of business, because as the scripture says, you can potentially save your household. She can be saved through you. The children can be saved through you. So she has to understand the bigger picture, which majority of them, they don't understand that bigger picture. That's why Paul said, I suffer you because when you do get married, you're going to have trouble in the flesh. Why? Because majority of your time is going to be spent upon on how you can please her in the world. That's why the Lord said he has not imparted unto the woman wisdom or understanding. So many, unfortunately, many men, because a majority of us, we grew up without that role, that man, male role model, the father figure. So we're just coming into this thing, learning how to be men now, understanding it. And then the hard part is now that you becoming a real man and you're understanding that and you're gaining your masculinity back, that's hard for them to accept. Those who are still in the world, they got 1 foot in the truth and 1 foot in the world. Because a type of spirit has been dawned upon you. So not all, but majority, a good high percentage of it, that high masculinity spirit, they see that as a threat.
And I feel like, telling brothers that did grow out without fathers, a lot of us, right? I can see how my father could leave my mother after dealing with women. I understand how it is, because sometimes I don't want to deal with women, right? So you go through those things as a man, you understand. So for brothers, we don't supposed to hold no grudges. If you holding a grudge towards your father, don't hold that, man. All right, whatever happened with him and your moms, that happened.
Yep.
All right, just live peaceable with all men. It's past now. Let it go.
Yep. Hey, I went through that. My pops left when I was about 10, and I seen the whole ordeal happen. I seen like the side chick and all that. And years later, I came to understand, what he was going through, because at that time I saw both sides doing something they shouldn't have been doing, and I told him, I was like, pops, I never held that against you, and all is well with me. Like, I don't have no hard feelings towards you, and I understand what it's like. I've been in relationships. I know how these women operate, and I know they really just grown. They got big bodies like women, but they really are children, like in a way.
Yeah.
So they spoiled, and some are very contentious, especially after they have so many children. Their hormonal becomes imbalanced, and so the rationale kind of goes out the window, and they don't really see it, but it's a proven medical fact, man. Like, you know, yeah, man. So I forgave my pops, and me and him cool, to this day. And we always have solid conversations. I know he's my dad. I always will respect him, and it's likewise, with him, with me. So, he knows that I understand. My sisters, on the other hand, one of them in particular, she got an issue with men, and me and her, we get into it, and I try not to argue with her, but I was like, man, you got daddy issues. You hate you like these feminists out here. You can't live your life hating
Yep.
men. You got to learn how to get along with a man and be peaceable. You
Yeah.
know.
Hey, send her this way to Chicago.
Mm.
Tell her shoes get scratched. I'll buy her some new ones and stuff, man.
That's it, man.
But for real, on that point, man, if you can't learn to respect your father, your earthly father, then that's an issue, because how you gonna respect the heavenly father? Right?
Yep.
Yep.
That's part of the law. Honor thy mother and thy father.
That's right. That's right. And it's the same with my mom. It's like I seen her do some stuff. While my pops is away, they say when the cat's away, the mice will play. I seen it all, y'all. I'm telling you. And when I was young, I was like, I knew what it was, and like years later, they always try to say, "Oh, you don't know what's going on." Now, I seen what was going on. I was young, but I'm not blind. You know what I'm saying? I seen what was going on. So yeah, it's crazy. I try to be a better dad because of what I saw.
Yep.
I try to be there because of what I saw. Those are all lessons, man. Like sometimes it doesn't take your father being in the household to train you up. Sometimes sometimes the Most High will put it on you to experience certain things so that you can grow. Those hard times build character and make you the man that you're going to become. And ultimately, if we're not seeking the Father, who we going to turn to? Nobody in this world going to really love us except brothers, like exhorting one another, pursuant to the scriptures. That's why this ministry and the gospel is so important. It binds us. It gives us a sense of relatability. Like we see our brothers struggle, and we can definitely relate to that because we all come from a similar background in one way or the other. But ultimately, we have in agreement the Most High. He's concerned about us and wants us to come into the kingdom, and that's attractive. That's the most attractive offer I've ever had in my life. The devil, he offered me a record deal at one point. I declined it because at that point in time, the Most High was showing me the other side of the industry, all the demonic shit that go on. Excuse my language, the demonic things that was going on in the industry, and this was like the number 2 label, because you got Universal at the top, and then you got Interscope. Interscope got at me. They sent like 2 A&Rs. I released an independent project, and they were speaking that truth. And they wanted me, but also I considered it. And I said, look, if these people really want me, I think what they really want to do is stifle me because I was speaking that truth. I'm like, if the record label is interested in me, they probably intend on shelving me. You know what I mean? Like, okay, we gonna cut his voice off because he's talking about the music industry, like the bad things and stuff like that. So covering the faces of the judges. That's what Esau's intention always is, to shut us up and keep us quiet, right? When the disciples was praising Yahawashi, praising Yahawah, what did the chief, what the Sadducees and the Pharisees was doing? They was like, tell your disciples to be quiet. And he said, Yahawashi said, if these were to be quiet, the rocks will cry out. That's how strong the spirit is. So man, yeah. So yeah, I turned it down, man. I was like, nah, Yahawah, he denied Satan. So why would I give him the opportunity to just give me a loan to make it look like I'm doing this or doing that, when really everything is on loan anyway, and you're going to have to pay that back and recoup and everything and sell out and have to sacrifice a loved one. Man, I'm not doing none of that.
And that's jumping into the servant is not greater than the master, where we all going through our little trial, all carrying our own little cross. We have our moments where we have to deny Satan. where we may be offered this and offered that, and it can make your life better or whatever, but you have to sacrifice your morals. So
Yeah.
that's beautiful to hear that you deny Satan at that point, man.
I
That's
had
beautiful.
to. I had,
It's
and
just-
you know what? My ex, she's my ex rib. I hate to say it, but yeah, you know, we got married in a Christian church back in them days, and she was mad. She was actually mad at me because she didn't know if I turned it down, turned the record deal down or whatever, or the offer to go to LA and meet with the label exec. And she got mad at me. She was like, "Why did you do that?" I was like, "You don't even understand." And I was growing in this knowledge and this truth, and I was beginning to change. The Most High was changing me, and so she would want to celebrate holidays and stuff like that, and I kind of would shy away from everything like that. I was like, "Nah, that's not according to the scriptures. It says this, it says that." So it became like radical to her. So we ultimately wasn't evenly yoked. You know what I mean? At that point. So yeah, she fell away. I was working 12-hour shifts, and then come to find out she was stepping out doing what she was doing, man. So I was like, hey, it is what it is. The Most High removed her out of my life for a reason.
That's what it was. That's First Corinthians the 7th chapter. He's called y'all to peace. He put. See, the scripture says a man's foe should be there of his own household.
God.
And so, at the end of the day, the Lord already knew. Now this ain't for you. So I'm about to show you. I'm about to keep you where I need you to be, but pay very close attention what I'm about to do in the spirit, right? And at the same time, probably without you even knowing at that time when she did step out on you, right? That was also a testament to your faith on how you would deal with that situation.
Yeah, you know what's crazy, like I haven't even shown any interest toward any woman since that point, man. And it's been about 2 years abstinence, man. Like I feel like a eunuch almost. I kind of have no desire to even approach a woman.
Well, that's a strong spirit. I
That's a
salute
strong.
that.
We call that the spirit of Paul.
Yeah.
Paul was given a greater portion, and that's why the apostles teach like you have brothers who obviously the Lord got them in that lot to deal with a woman, all right, because that's their lot. But then you have other men who was given a greater portion of spirit to not even deal with a woman in these times. So that means you got all the focus on this truth, this ministry, on yourself to better yourself each and every day, and that's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Because you having a family and a woman by your side, even though that's still beautiful within itself. But like Paul said, I spare you because you will have trouble in the flesh.
Yeah. I've had my earlier days, kind of being rebellious and having to serve a little time. So that taught me, patience, and that's when I actually began to actually read the scriptures for myself. Because there was brothers in there looking at life and other smaller sentences, but ultimately, in a what they would consider a dark place, became my saving grace. I felt the Holy Spirit like no other. Like I'm telling you, it felt like I could fly. I was having all kinds of dreams and stuff like that, positive stuff. And then I would get like different cellmates at that point in time, and I would be reading the scripture that would be pertaining to what they was going through. And I'm like, look, I would like check this out, and then they would go and read it for themselves, go call their loved ones or whatever the situation was, and everything would work out. And I'm like, I would see the Most High work, and at that point in time, He was actually building my faith. It was a whole, man, I'm telling you, it was a cycle of me going through that, reading the scriptures with brothers and stuff like that, and it was helping me build my faith. And there was a point in time when my mom, I told y'all about earlier, that's did what she did. She ended up having a stroke, and the doctors told her that she would never be able to walk again or talk again. And my sisters had to hold the phone. I'm sitting there in the orange jumpsuit crying, looking at my mom. I never seen her like that, so it hurt my heart. And I was like, and I went back to my cell and I prayed and I cried. I said, Lord, what can I do? I couldn't do anything physically for her. And He just told me one thing. He said, pray. He said, just believe on me. Believe that I can heal her. And I'm going to tell y'all something. 7 months later, when I got my sentence, my mom she walked into the courtroom on a cane, and she was able to write me letters and talk to me. And All praises to Yahawah Bahasham Yahawashi, man. And at that time, I wasn't even calling on that name, but I knew in the spirit just from reading his word that I believed on him, you know. And I got the name a little bit later. When I made it to Vegas, that's when I came across the camp, GMS camp in Las Vegas, and I would go out there on the strip with them brothers, and I would stand like in front of them and listen to them bring the word out, bring the truth out, and I said, "This is it. This is
Yeah,
it."
yeah.
That was that confirmation. Yep.
That's it.
You know, Elder Menata Zabak, he had a similar experience because that's how he came involved. He was watching the Apostles back in '07, and he was doing a music thing with his cousin, you know, smoking the you know what.
Mm-hmm.
He got he got arrested, and he said he had an epiphany when he was sitting in the cell. He prayed, he did it, you know, similar thing to what you did. And then the Lord had mercy on him. And then he said once he got released, he knew, he was like, okay, I ain't gonna never look back. I ain't gonna never do what I did again. I know this is real. And he never looked back. He had the same experience.
Right. That's right. And what's crazy? Because growing up in the Pentecostal church, like I didn't go every Sunday, nothing like that. But my family's like, involved. They still to this day, and I try to, I always drop precepts on them, and they be like thinking about it. They're like, yeah, that's right, yo. Well, that's the word. I mean, it got to be right, right? So they got them thinking about it. But they still, holding on to the J word and stuff, Jesus and stuff like that. And I'm like, I'll just keep working on them, slowly but surely. I digress. I'm gonna say that I used to think that, well, I'm reading this Bible and stuff. Maybe I'll become a minister one day and have a congregation. And then I came across a precept that said, I basically, the Most High saying, I won't dwell in a temple made with the hands of men. And I said, well, that's out. So he basically was showing me it's about individual relationship, in individual communication with people. Like, that's before I heard about camps and stuff like that. But it's the same. It's the same thing. It's like more personal. It's not like, okay, you go into a church, you put money in the plate, you got the traditional scriptures coming out every week. With the church, it's just a different environment. And then they don't even have the true name, so it shows like lack of diligence in searching the scriptures out and bringing it to light for what it really is, the etymology that comes into it, the terminology. And I thank my mom, because before I even started kindergarten, she taught me how to read and the importance of learning what words mean, right? And the word is Yahawashi, so naturally I was going to gravitate to that. It was like it felt like it was predestined. I know for sure it was, because this word is beautiful to me. Like, man, you can't go wrong, man, with the truth. And it's like me being like my ex, she would tell lies and stuff like that, and it's like, and employers that I've had, they would tell me lies. I would work the hardest and everything like that, and they would want me to train people and not pay me supervisor pay. Like the oppression, like the taxation, all of these things culminate, right? Oppression maketh the wise man mad, right? So when you deal and have to endure mistreatment, you look at the society as a whole, the history of this place, Babylon the Great, everything, it all lines up. Mystery Babylon is not really a mystery anymore, because you got the eyes to see and the ears to hear. You know where you are. You know what this place is. You see the rulership is wicked. The people are mourning, right? It all lines up.
I want to bring this out. Etymology is the study of the origin and historical development of words, including their forms, meanings, and relationships to other words. For people in the comments that may not be up on this, etymology is something that you should be going into in these words. You have a better understanding of the scriptures. So, such as the word virgin, right, or the word world, right? It's what, 4 different versions of the word world, 4 different etymologies of it. So the word Gentile, right? So this will help you understand the scriptures furthermore versus just having a surface level understanding of it.
Y'all got it. I bring out John 8:32.
Okay. John 8:32, when it reads, "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free."
Yeah, so this is what has happened to all of us, man. We have become free. So like the brother was saying, just having this wisdom, knowledge, and understanding, man, it just, man, takes that burden off your shoulder, man.
It
It
really does.
takes you from being that stage of being lost and not fully understanding why this happening to you. Like I used to hate that feeling, like that feeling of, damn, man, why everything just fucking going wrong, man? Like, damn, like what the fuck? And now, you know what I'm saying, it all makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
So
what was that, David Asaph, when he said, "Until I came into the congregation of Yahawah, then I understood therein." Because
exactly.
the brother's point, when he said, "Oh, oppression maketh the wise man mad." You going for a big job or whatever, your boss is underpaying you, Esau is hitting you with all these taxes and all of this, and you like, man, surely I can't be born into a situation where this is just the end all be all. But once you come into this wise counsel, then you start to understand, number one, why we're in this predicament. Number two, why are people at the bottom? Because through our disobedience. But it was the Heavenly Father's plan from the beginning, because He's not going to give His heir, all right, a silver spoon on a platter. We had to learn the other side in order to be able to rule effectively. That's called balance.
That's beautiful. That's your part right there. Hey, through great tribulation shall we enter into the kingdom, man.
Some people, and that took me 4 years to understand. As I was growing, I finally got to a point within my journey to say, okay, now I understand Yahawah, like, this is why this happens. This is why people get anxious. This is why we battle, demonic spirits, energies on a day-to-day basis, because you're trying to show us something through our disobedience. Okay, yes, we understand we're in captivity stuff, but we understand that you're not just going to give us the kingdom on a silver platter. We got to earn it. We have to be proven. We have to be tried. So I get it.
Yep.
Yeah, and it gives you what? It gives you the comfortability to, handle these. Not that, I mean, don't get offended, but creatures, man. All right, we able to deal with these creatures because we creatures. So we able to understand and always be the bigger man in any type of situation. You dealing with an individual at work, all right, and that individual might have a couple demons on him, so he aggressive. He like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? He got an attitude, whatever it may be. All right, you already should know what it was. You should discern through it and recognize what it is, and then move accordingly. Apply the scriptures. Brothers may just read the scriptures and don't apply. We have to apply. All right, at the end of the day, you got it, Adar. Go ahead,
That's the issue. Go ahead, Adar.
Because of what you brought out in St. John, the 8th chapter, is it in Marcus Zabeth, his expounding, mainly bring this up. This is Sirach 51, verse 20. I said that verse 22, but 23 is the point. It says, Yahawah Bahasham hath given me a tongue for my reward, and I will praise him therewith. Draw near unto me, ye are learned, and dwell in the house of learning. Right? The house of learning is this truth. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. Solomon said it in the Wisdom of Solomon 9:6. He said, without thy wisdom, they regard it as nothing. And we know Wisdom of Solomon 10:21, the wisdom of the Lord will make the dumb eloquent. Now, this wisdom is not about entertainment. This is really life or death. This Bible is truly a story on how we got to 2025. How did we get in this captivity? And that's why they say with more wisdom comes more sorrow, more grief. Because I know many brothers can testify to this. When you leave the house, your eyes will see Jacob. Like I just seen a kid that was 18. That's a damn crackhead. My brother, that's the head of my camp. Yahawah, one of his cousins is a young 20, like probably 22. This man asking for money, but come to find out, this man is he on that white girl. We not talking about soft. We talking about the hard white girl, and this is young Jake. So every day, the more you grow in wisdom, the more you get to see the Revelations 11 and 8 is still in effect. Niggas is still in spiritual DEAD land, in the mind. That's the biggest plague Jake got because Esau gave us so many distractions that this truth is not attractive anymore. Like a woman half naked is more attractive than this truth. A video game is more attractive than this truth, right? Being a prostitute or a woman in the club or a stripper is more attractive. Rap. I just heard somebody in the industry mumbling, making millions. Yeah. And making millions, bro. All these distractions, but that just goes back to the hand of Yahawah Bahasham Yahawashi. If the Lord didn't guide you in this truth, technically He's not dealing with you. And the truth is the fish bait, But you could take it, King.
Bro, going off of what you said, port is more attractive to these 2/3 than the truth. Like you literally got Jake out here that will literally be down with coming into the truth until you tell them, oh, you can't eat pork, you can't eat shrimp. What? I can't eat pork? Oh, I ain't with that then. Like what? Like really, bro? Pork. You going down for some pork? Like this is bad. All right, bro.
Yeah. I seen what is that GMS South Carolina? He did a video talking about this dude. He basically was talking about Israelites. We got too many restrictions, and he said Jesus came to fulfill the law, and that he pretty much could just live his life leisurely as he wanted to. And the elder, he cut him with quite a few precepts, man, and made his point. It was solid, man.
And I got one to cut him right there. 1 John 5:3. For this is the love of power, that we keep His commandments, and His commandments are not grievous. So what you talking about? We got too many damn restrictions. It's not hard to do this thing, man.
It's not.
Jake don't want no accountability. Jake don't want no discipline, man. They just want to be do as thou wilt spirit. They get that shit from Esau.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It's just like when you look at America, they got 44,000 plus laws. Naturally, most of us is actually doing those things. I seen this one lady, Jake. Of course, I don't know about y'all in your own city, but you have some Jake that's so serious about their kids having perfect attendance. Because if you lack attendance, they'll send CPS at your house. You know what I'm saying? In this society, we're so much in a box that even when you talk about pork, when you tell Jake to live a simple life, but now that they can get money, like money, Jake can't go without money. Jake can't, when I did not trying to boast on it or speak on it, but just as an example, when I went fasting, I removed myself from all my devices. And usually when you want to look at words, you want to do a deeper research, you use the internet. So I left my phones and I started thinking like, how can the world function on this side without their phone? And guess what? Every Jake would choose their phone over the Lord. Like I see people recording crime, somebody fighting, somebody stealing, and then be on the camera saying, call the cops while they're recording. When we choose everything before the Lord, Jeremiah said it in Jeremiah 32, verse 33, they have turned the back unto me and not the face. And truly, when you're doing that to the prophet, you're doing that to Yahawah Bahasham Yahawashi. Nothing in this life is eternal. Everything is temporary, and it's meaningless, like Solomon said in Ecclesiastes.
What did I say earlier? What did Solomon say? Everything else outside of enjoying your wife, the fruit of your labor, all right, and the grape from the vine, everything else is all vanity at the end of the day. It's all in vain.
Yep.
It's all in vain. And matter of fact, Yorami, can you find that? It's in Ecclesiastes 9. Let me see if I can get it for you.
Because I had I'm trying to find something. But what the brother said about being without your phone. Now, understanding this, you leave your phone alone, guess what? You're leaving radiation. Because your phone right now, I got this phone on in front of me. It's emitting radiation. And I got this other phone that I'm reading from. It's emitting radiation. All right? So by stepping away from your phone, I told brothers before, don't sleep beside your phone. All right, because that's really destroying you. That's cancerous to you. Right? So that's great that you did that, because that's major, man. And if you do that, combine that with grounding, you combined it with fasting, that you are repairing your body. Everything Esau gave us, especially these damn iPhones, destroy the body, man.
Yeah.
He said,
All right, okay, I'm gonna drop down. Shalawam, Yahawah, Shalom, Shalom.
Shalom
Shalom,
Zakwan.
Yahawashi,
they said the
Shalom.
iPhone pushes more radiation than a microwave.
Damn.
You
Yep.
know what I'm saying? So that makes a whole bunch of percent. And certain microwaves have a caution symbol on it, and they don't really teach it because a microwave is really a toxic tool, which is you're really cooking your food in radiation. When you look at popcorn in a bag, like I used to eat popcorn in a bag, but I found out the thing in the bag is cooking chemicals on the popcorn. So I told my household, don't eat popcorn in the bag, but that's all that just all goes back to Esau killing Jake, with everything around you. Well, remember the house phone? Jake was more ease with just the house phone, trying to just call. Your mom would whip you if you was on the phone too long because the phone bill. But at the end of the day, now you got cell phones. Sirach 12 and 16. He's not going to be satisfied with blood only. You got to get you any way possible now.
All right, it's the brother's precept, Ecclesiastes 9:9. Live joyfully with the wife whom thou lovest all the days of the life of thy vanity, which he hath given thee under the sun, all the days of thy vanity, for that is thy portion in this life, and in thy labor which thou takest under the sun.
And that's plain. So, whether you have a family or not, it's no big deal. But outside of that, enjoy the fruit of your labor, all right, and the grape of the vine, because everything else, and that when you deal with Solomon, who was Yahawashi in the incarnation, he was the wisest king on the earth. So he, when you understand it from that perspective, he knew everything. He tested out everything on the earth, and through his testing, he said everything is all in vanity. It's all in vain. In other words, don't even worry about it. Don't even waste your time. Just enjoy the fruit of your labor. If you have a family, enjoy your family, to the best of your ability with the situation you've been given. Everything else doesn't matter. You're not taught that, like the brother said, in this society, you're not taught that. So what Esau did, being cunning, is he's giving you what's called what? The American dream. So you have to go out and you have to think that, I'll be satisfied with my itch if I go and acquire this, if I go and acquire that, if I buy this house, if I go on this vacation, I'll be up there. If I get this, if I flex, he's taught you to be carnal minded.
Yeah.
But when you come to realize that, what? Because like even the scriptures tells you in Psalms 127, for you to wake up very early just to work, that even itself is in vain. Why? Because we're not meant to work. We're gods of the earth. We ain't supposed to be laboring.
Mm-hmm.
So even that self, we ain't supposed to be working. We're not supposed to be working on 9 to 5.
When you go back to the law, the Lord said he was going to afflict us 7 times more because of our sins.
Yep.
And you got to look. You look at 7 as a complete number. He puts you in 14 captivities, 7 the least, and 7 major captivities. So, like what it's saying, Jeremiah, is Israel a homeborn slave? Then we've been really, even in history, all nations knew. Like when you look at that new show that they made, The House of David, and the Philistines said, y'all used to be in slaves because y'all were created to be slaves. Every nation kept saying it's going to captivity, but hearing that we're God's chosen people, but because they don't have the spirit, they don't understand why we're in captivity. Why is this? Why is that? Just to land me off that point, I mean, if somebody else got a preacher, I let them go first.
I just want to add to that, man. Look at we supposed to be, as the brother said, gods of the earth. Look at us, man. We slaves in what we supposed to rule. Right? If that right there doesn't give you a wake-up call of the Father is angry and mad with us, right? And this is a light affliction, as he said. It could have been far worse. If we would have got what we supposed to get, then he would have destroyed all of us in the desert and started over with Moses, because that's what we were supposed to get, but he has mercy. So you gotta be grateful that we still here, and we got what I said earlier in the live, an opportunity to make that call into the election sure, man. And don't be lazy, don't play around with it, man. Go hard.
Yep. Hey, I play that video again with General Yada. You could be like him, like you.
Yeah. I get it. Go ahead. You got something to say about?
Yeah, I got it.
Go ahead, Dart.
Hold on. Let me highlight this thing real quick. This is 1 Timothy chapter 6, verse 5 in NLT. I'm gonna read it 10. And brothers, if y'all want, we can dissect it. It says, "These people always cause trouble. Their minds are corrupt, and they have turned their backs on the truth. To them, a show of godliness is just a way to become wealthy." And that goes with multiple camps. They can't just keep the business separate. Now they know they in the truth. Let's make Israelite shoes. Let's make Israelite jewelry. Man, just make the damn jewelry, right? Just make the damn clothes, right? Don't make it a part of the ministry. It says, yet true godliness with contentment is itself great wealth, right? Godliness is great contentment, right? We got to be content with godliness. After all, we brought nothing with us when we came into the world, and we can't take anything with us when we leave it. So if we have enough food and clothing, let us be content, right? So if you got food and clothing, be content with just that. Jake want everything in the damn world, but one thing they lack outside of food and clothing is the wisdom, knowledge, and understanding of the Lord, because through the Spirit, what is that? Food and clothing. That spiritual garment in Matthew the 22nd chapter. Wisdom, knowledge, and understanding. This food is this truth. It says, but people who long to be rich fall into temptation and are trapped by many foolish and harmful desires that plunge them into ruin and destruction. Guess what? Anybody doing this is going to fall for the MOTB, right? For the love of money is the root of all evil, all kinds of evil, because you'll do anything for money. Look at a stripper. Look at people in the industry, right? And some people craving money have wandered from the true faith and pierced themselves with many sorrows. People that's of this truth that know the name of Yahawah, like Brandon T. Jackson, he said he was in this truth, but he said he put it off because it was too much going on. Like, you gotta say this name, you gotta say this, you gotta do all of this and do all of that. So he put it away so he could grow even more back into the industry, because he felt he was slacking in his craft. Now he don't claim it. Then his last video was being in front of the camera of, I forgot what city it was, in GMS, and they were asking him questions. He don't feel like we need to even teach. This man made his own currency, right? And this is why when we look at Matthew 6 and 24, money became a new god now. Women calling men brokey if they don't got money. But guess what? Brokey mean if you ain't making $100,000 a year. I seen a girl that's working 9 to 5 and saying these men brokey. But girl, you work a 9 to 5. You work a 9 to 5, and I know you ain't making more than me, but you saying all men are brokey. Brokey just mean you make less than 100,000 a year.
I'm brokey then. Shit.
Literally.
I'm a happy brokey though, bitch.
Because you touched on something. It made me think of Matthew the 6th chapter, when Yahawashi said that when he spoke about Solomon in reference to take no thought for your life, because the clothes and stuff that you wear that's on your back and stuff, really that's of the Most High. You know what I'm saying? So when Yahawashi was speaking to the disciples, he was like, look, Take a look at the field. Even the lilies are garnished and dressed in so many words. And he said, not even King Solomon and all his splendor arrayed himself such like. Just think about that for a minute. He said, not even Solomon was arrayed such like as the lilies were dressed in the garden. So basically, if you can receive it through the Spirit, what he was saying to the disciples for them to get it and receive it was, he was like, listen, if the Lord wants you to be dressed down to the T, he's going to put the Spirit on you to do it. But if he don't want you to be caught up in that, then he's going to put a spirit on you to be content and not worry about that and trust in him when the time comes.
Hey, get that Matthew chapter 6, verse 33.
Can I get you? It's Matthew 6 and 33. But seek ye first the kingdom of power and his righteousness, and all these things shall be added unto you.
So yeah, that's what we're in the business of doing, man. No seeking for the kingdom, and all these things gonna be added onto it. Hell, it's gonna be so much added onto us. We're gonna feel like we don't deserve all of it. How much added onto it? Like, we got it so good. I don't even think we deserved all this. So, all we gotta do, like I said earlier, keep doing the will of Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi. Keep everything is gonna be okay. Everything is gonna work itself out.
Kind of. This is 1 Samuel 2 and 7. Yahawah maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up. So that's what it means. You seek Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi first. He controls all these aspects of your life, man. If you're going to get this, if you're going to get that, right? Y'all know my latest little testimony where I lost my job on Monday and I got my disability back pay on Tuesday out of nowhere. I didn't know that was going to happen, right? So he controlled all that. He made it where, hey, I just trust in him, right? And he took care of it. Now I'm straight. I got my daily bread. I can't splurge, but it's a simple life. I can pay my bills, maybe have like 100, maybe 200 left over out the month, but I'm straight, right? So that's all I need, daily bread. I ain't about to do nothing crazy. It's a simple life.
And that's wisdom too. You gotta, it takes wisdom and experience to know how to handle things, and that's why the fasting and praying and living a humble life, it helps with appreciation and time and money management. That's all wisdom from on high, man. Because this world is concerned, like the brother was saying earlier, with the vanities, right, which are expensive, the creature comforts. Those things are going to be soon very out of reach for many people. And then I seen a brother post earlier. I'm not sure if he's in the truth or not, because he was saying something about a $17 trillion reparation for our peoples. And then I commented, I said, look, it might be 17 trillion in reparations that they might try to pay you, but it's going to be some strings attached. Esau don't give you nothing for free. He always got an underhanded scheme so he can entrap you. And so I said it'll most likely be, if they are going to do that, they got what they call universal basic income and central bank digital currencies. And that's going to lead up to that mark of the beast. So it's like, okay, we'll give you reparations if
But
you
take this
accept
chip.
it. Yeah. See?
Exactly.
You already know. So hey, do not be deceived by these devices, man. Like,
Hey, Salakia, Akim, I'm going to drop down. I'm going to get ready for a lesson. I've been meaning to put together. I just haven't had the time because I've been busy with work and stuff. But now that I'm back home, in the next hour or so, I'm going to be going live. I got some real information to share with the Akim. So, if you guys are still up, tune in. If not, it's all good. You can watch the replay, later on when you wake up in the morning. But yeah, just letting you know what I'm about to do a little bit later on, bringing out this information.
water.
Huh?
Like Bahasham Yahawashi, man. Barak Ahtham to you, bro.
Yeah, Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, Barak. Shalawam, man.
Shalawam, Shabbat,
Shalom, bro.
Shalawam.
Y'all
Yahawah,
about
Shalom,
Shem.
Barak,
Barak,
the
Shalom.
Water, Shalawam.
Hey, y'all, I'm about to break it down too. You know,
Yeah, man. I forced you on here a little bit too long, bro.
boy, about 3 hours, boy.
30
Hey, it's
minutes
been
to 3
beautiful
hours.
though, man. I love fellowshipping with you brothers, man.
Uh,
My bad, bro.
It's all good.
Hey, at least I ain't do it like the last time. You know, so last time I forced y'all on there until like about 12 at night and I left.
And I couldn't even put that live on YouTube. It was 6 hours, man. I
Man, that
think,
was crazy that night.
yeah.
Yeah, I gotta.
But hey, to the brother Tasai's point, slavery, you know that reparations is they can't pay us what we owe, man. Look, 42
yeah.
trillion in today's dollars, right? And that's
And it,
just slavery. That's just them couple of years, right? Think of everything else we did. We built up Rome. We built up Italy, Spain. We created all these. We created the internet,
God.
right? Nigga, that's far more than trillions. We created the internet. Everything that's going on right now, we need
Everything.
10%, man.
Hey, Jacob, the former of all things, man. They can
Former of
never
all
pay you
things,
back.
bro. Stop like peanut butter, like TV, what microwave, what you want to talk about? We
On the right
created
hand
it.
side. On the right hand side, and then they take it and do something
Put it on
evil
the
and
left
wicked.
hand side. The cell phone. Jay
We
created the
created
cell
the
phone.
God.
we created
Bro,
the
their whole
engine,
existence belonged to us.
right? We created the engine, and they cut the man. They cut the man McNuggets off. The dude in Buffalo created a car. He created a certain mechanism where cars can drive off of water. After he
Yep.
finished it, the next day he went into the spirit world, and that man was from Buffalo. That's where the shooting at Tops happened. Miraculously, the guy said, yeah, his nation is going extinct. But the same guy that created the car to move off of water, he in the spirit world now. And
Yep.
now Esau just created a car that can go off of water when he never
Yep.
had.
Yeah.
So
Yep. China and Japan is moving towards that as well with hydrogen
Hydrogen. Yeah,
cars.
Toyota. That's Toyota. Yeah,
Yep.
Japan.
Yep. There you go.
That,
Yep.
that's
now
like
you got a
that's
new dude. You got a new dude that's making gas from plastic waste.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they talking about he talking about they coming after him, man. They trying to off him.
In Europe, they got a fish that's going through the ocean. It's eating up all the plastic, and the plastic is its fuel source. So as it eats the plastic in the ocean, it's fueling itself. It don't need no power.
That's crazy. Yo, and when you really think of any element that we got that's terrible for the earth, it would be plastic.
Yeah.
Plastic, it doesn't vaporize, it doesn't deteriorate. It's
Yeah.
just plastic. Plastic is one of the worst materials, but it's good. But you got to think your water is in plastic. The longer water is in plastic, the chemicals
Deeping into it.
mixed in the water.
BPAs and all that.
I'm gonna do a man. You just put in the spirit to do a health live tomorrow, because what the brother Matazaba brought out, bring up right here, this copper, right? The brother put me on the copper, drinking out of the copper, because drink out of the copper, and copper does what? It pulls toxins out of your body. So your water infused with the copper pours out. Do not drink from plastic bottles, man. Drink from metal, copper, glass. If you could get a gold cup, drink from gold. You know what you drink from, it goes into you. You know everything. What I've been pushing. Be purposeful. Be purposeful. Because it was a research came out said that damn near all Americans got like what? I think like 5% plastic in their brain. Some shit like that.
Hey, yeah, like on the little plastic spoons. If you notice, if you ever turn them over and look, there's like a little triangle, and it got a number inside of it. And it, like the higher the number, like the more toxic it is. I didn't even know that.
I ain't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Yo, but at the end of the day, that's how defiled, being in captivity, because you got to think, especially our women, they cleaning all the dang time. They try to maneuver, and especially I got 8 kids, so they try to maneuver, and they might be using plastic, because them kids go through the silverware like it's a bag of chips. So it's like when you doing like a big meal, and all the other dishes is in the dishwasher, it's like what you gonna use,
They
you
bring
know?
prices
And
out.
right, so it's like, but Esau know what he's doing because Esau wants to make money off of you in any type of way, any type of way, you know. And we're more valuable when we're sick because they can keep making money off of us. How many Tylenol did Jake get? And instead, you can use certain things like when I fast. Most of the time, if I'm praying and I'm really serious about the Lord, I don't get no headache. But when I'm just doing the fast just to do it, and I don't have no meaning behind it, no purpose behind it, yo, I get a headache. Then I need a Tylenol. You know what I'm saying? But you got to think, what was I
No,
supposed to
nah, I
do?
don't. You ain't taking that shit, are you?
What?
Tylenol.
I ain't gonna lie. Most of the time, if it's severe, if because my other wife, she's really a medical person, so she'll
You
usually
gotta let that go
be a
out
woman.
because that Tylenol that causes liver damage over time.
Yeah, yeah,
Tylenol, Advil, you know, and I know, trust me, I fast and I know that headache be hitting,
man.
but you gotta fight through it.
No, I mean, shoot. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. The past few fasts I had no headache. I was perfectly fine. That's why it's because it was all for a purpose, you know.
Mhm.
But again, just going back into health, Jake, that is listening to this live, always be circumspect, you know. And there's certain things that I might not even know, and then a brother might say it, and I have to go tell my wives, and they be like, "Dang, so what we gonna use now?" You know. So you gotta always be circumspect. Sometimes you're gonna slip because you're in a defiled place. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, my windows is open. Chemtrails, my children breathing it in. Cars driving, you breathe in that toxic air. Like
Yep.
if the Wi-Fi on, your TV on when you go to sleep, radiation while you sleep. You know, you got a
Nah.
heater next to your bed, radiation flowing. Even though it's heat, radiation is flowing out of that heater.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. You can buy all this stuff. Like I got a air humidifier. You can get all that stuff to, you know, fight it, but it's still hella defiled. The
Yeah,
society we live in, the environment we live in. Most definitely. But back to that headache, like when you getting that headache, especially on that second day, you know, that's really the parasites unaliving. They're perishing. You know, that's what's really going on. And in your stomach as well. Like I'll be drinking this super cleanse, and boy, I tell you, my stomach start hurting, but that be the parasites that's down there unaliving, getting destroyed. So I just try to fight through it. You know, Elder Apostle Gabar goes into it as well.
huh.
You can drink spring water, but autophagy won't stop, so it won't bring your digestive system back active because it's not sugar. You know, it'll keep the fast going.
Oh yeah. Hey, somebody on the comment board they said, look up brother Yaki Awakening as far as healing ourselves in community. I did
Yeah,
see.
I don't like.
Oh,
I
that's
say that
good.
on that brother. He knows some information, but he still call on Yahweh and Yeshua and his Hebrew off and all of that. You know what I'm saying? But hey, man, we got that same type of knowledge that he has.
God, yeah, I seen your health lesson the other day, and it was edifying. And I did see Elder Apostle Gabar's health lesson. He doing a series
Yeah,
as well on it. So I'm just taking them notes. I'm about to
'cause
do the garlic, honey, and lemon.
that dude Yaki Awakening, he not keeping the laws, commandments, and statutes correctly because he don't eat meat. So how is the brother keeping the Passover? Right? I want to ask him that question. He's vegan. You know, it's not according to the scriptures. He is a First Timothy 4th chapter 3rd verse. They shall abstain from meats which I ordain. You know, so he's abstaining from meats that the Most High said you can eat. We can eat meat, right? And you should know off rip because he's calling on a false name. It's no EOUVJF in the Hebrew. So that brother Yaki Awakening is off. The elders got on his ass last year when he told niggas to eat water.
Right.
I remember that shit. You remember that shit?
I remember that.
Eat water.
Eat
He
water.
said, yeah, eat your water. Eat your water.
Man,
I know what you talking about. You talking about like the honeydew melon, watermelon, and all that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what he even talking about, man. It was some goofy shit. Because the scriptures say, you got what? It be 7 things that a man needs for his life: salt, water, right? What
Oh
was
yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's in Sirach. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
The elders ate his ass up, man.
Oh man.
Hey, you Romeo, let me get that Matthew 24 and 22.
These the last scriptures, man. I'm about to shut it down.
It say,
Yeah,
it say you need water, fire, iron, salt, flour of wheat, honey, milk, and blood of grape, and oil and clothing.
That's it. The water.
The water.
What you want, Matthew? What?
24, 22.
Matthew 24 and 22. And except those days should be shortened, there should no flesh be saved, but for the elect's sake, those days shall be shortened.
So yeah, man, this the foul food out here, man. If these days went short, man, we all would die. Like, man, there's so many toxins and chemicals that they pump in these foods, man. There's no way you cannot intake this stuff, man.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
You'll be
these
eating
days must be short.
And when it come to these false prophets, trust me, we done dealt with all of them, from your Rashad Jamals, your Yaki Awakenings, your young Pharaohs, your Nature Boys.
That dude got demons on him, man. For
You know
real.
Yaju Judah, your Danny P's, your Dwayne debunking, whoever it is, man, you name them, we done broke their ass down, man. All right, and using these scriptures.
Crip Jesus.
Whoever it be.
Oh, the one dude that just said he's God now.
Man. Bug outs, man.
Yeah, but I got this closing one though too. I mean, depending if we about to close right now.
Yeah, bring it out, Malak.
I've been bringing this out for the past few days, so I'm gonna just bring it out. The point is verse 14, but I'm gonna start at verse 11. This is Sirach chapter 1, verse 11. The fear of Yahawah Shema Shai is honor and glory and gladness and a crown of rejoicing. The fear of Yahawah Shema Shai maketh a merry heart and giveth joy and gladness and long life. Whoso feareth Yahawah Shema Shai shall go well with him at the last, and he shall find favor in the day of his death. To fear Yahawah Shema Shai is the beginning of wisdom, and it was created with the faithful in the womb. Now, when you go to Numbers 12 and 7, when the Lord said Moses was faithful in the ministry, or a faithful servant, when you look at that word faithful, it goes into being a supporter of the door. And the door is Yahawashi. So only the faithful are truly supporters of Yahawah Shem Yahawashi. Because in order to get to the Father, you must go through Yahawashi. If you give praises to the Heavenly Father, you're doing it to Yahawashi. Like the 24 angels in the heaven, they're giving praises to the Father, even Yahawashi that's sitting on the right hand side of him. So on the earth, we must do the same thing. And only the faithful man, the faithful woman, and the faithful child, regardless if you're the 144,000 or that 1/3 piece, you are those elect. Sirach 17 and 10 is giving praises to the name of Yahawah Shema Shai right now, tomorrow, the next day, next week, next month. Like Apostle Tahar said, the elect can never be moved out of this truth. So if you getting tossed to and fro, you are never in this thing and you're not considered faithful. Jeremiah 1:5, the Lord knows the elect before they even got in the womb. So any brother and sister that's in this ministry, you want to give thanks to Yahawah Shema Shai, because he could have chose somebody else. He could have made you a dang Edomite, but he chose you to be an Israelite, and he called you in this thing. Now you're teaching the word. You're not just only going into the law, you're going into the gospel. Brothers was never teaching about health the way that they is now, right? Brothers are going into prophecy, future events. Now brothers is fortune tellers. They're seers, you know. Before, oh, I'm not a prophet. Now you confident saying you're a prophet. You get to look in the mirror like Michael Jackson. Do you see the man in the mirror? You get to look that the Lord carved you to teach this word, because teaching is hard. Being a student is hard. Being a believer is hard, because you got to see so many of your family, your friends clown you. People walk past you. Your family think you weird. But guess what? When the MOTB and Jacob Trouble come, we gonna know who faithful, because this is a test run The real testing is when the MOTB and Jacob trouble, we gonna see who really is the faithful. All you damn fluky McNugans, Shabba Dabba Ding Dongs, you Yu-Gi-Oh brothers that think that you are a man of the Lord using the name of the Father and the Son, and you saying you're not worshiping, you're not waiting on the Lord, you're not saying the MOTB this, you saying you're building your own kingdom, you're going to be a coulda, shoulda, woulda. So with that, I'm gonna say Shalawam.
Oh man, that was it. Y'all brothers got anything to add? Y'all can add it.
I got one more thing before we go. You got to play the video one more time.
All
Please.
right, I got you. I got you.
Cause Johanna, he ain't happy that he want to be an Edomite.
Yeah, bad.
Run it back. Let's run it back.
Because it's going to happen. The Lord wants it to happen. You had better wake up those you out there, and many of you know. Many of you know that what the Lord, what is being prepared against us. If not for the Most High, man, I'd dye my skin and become a white man. Salah. If not for the Lord, if not for the Most High, man, I'd dye my skin and become a white man. Salah. If not for the Most High, man, I'd dye my skin and become a white man. Salah. If not for the Lord.
This man, bro.
And I just said, you got to think, if any Jake woke up and he was an Edomite, you would not, and you knew this truth, then you wouldn't even be confident because your end is going to be the best end, right? Like a Jake that I used to labor with, the Lord blew him away from us, so now he's not teaching with us. This man, his new doctrine now is that Esau is not going into captivity. He already went into captivity. He deserves to only be destroyed. But then do a video and say, hey, look, I haven't seen a scripture that said it. I used to teach it. But if you can show me a scripture that he's going to go into captivity, I won't teach it. So he's unsure if Esau going to go into captivity or not, right? So for this man to say he'll rather be an Edomite, hold on your words. Guess what? You might not be by nationality an Edomite, but you might get the same death as them, man.
Psalms 149, Isaiah 14:2, Obadiah 1:18, like Revelation 14. Like, what you mean, bro?
13:10.
Yeah.
13:10 was speaking about Rome because Rome put us in captivity, but that same beast from verse 11 to 18 in Revelation 13 is doing the same thing as ancient Rome. So that verse 10 in Revelation 13 is dealing with ancient Rome and Rome 2.0.
Exactly. We still in Rome. Like
literally.
Exactly. Like, who is the oppressors, bro?
Right.
Hey, all you got to do is look at the House of Representatives. They got the fasci right there, the old Roman fasci is hanging up right there beside either side of the speaker. You
literally got an Egyptian, what is it, an obelisk, Khan, the water, right there in Washington, D.C.
They got it in Buffalo, too.
And Alliance of the 12, he was walking to Chicago. They had obelisks out there, too.
See?
He was showing it on his video. I was like, oh, man, that's crazy. But honest, I ain't surprised. This place is spiritual Sodom in Egypt, just as the word say.
Just as the word say, man.
Literally. They got a real man's body part right in the middle and say, hey, look at this beautiful creation. Bro, this one is a man's Oscar.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And look at, they say the same thing for the Amazon logo. You know what I'm saying? They say it's a man phallus, man. Like, bruh.
Yeah. Yo, and it's crazy you bringing up Amazon. Yo, so many people leaving that job because they got a harsh labor where you got to walk a mile just to go to the break room, but they say you better be back here in 30 minutes. So your break is really 15 because you got to walk a whole mile just to get to the break room, right? You can't be on your phone. You can't do no talking. Like this place, that's again, how can Esau just be destroyed? That's not enough. No. That is not enough. This man ruled over us 3 times and he just going to be destroyed. That is not, and we talking about the elite. They just gonna get destroyed. They got too much power to get destroyed. The Lord gonna let them hide themselves. Who's hiding in the mountains? Not the lower Edomites, the high Edomites. God. So again, for anybody on here, don't teach something you don't know. So Rock 5:12, put your hand over your mouth because James 1:3, KJV NOT, you're gonna be judged strictly on whatever you was teaching. So if you're not bringing forth 100% sound doctrine, Like how your grandmother used to give you that butt whipping and say, go outside and give me a stick. That's not the right size. Give me another one. The Lord got something special for you, my brother.
Mm-hmm. You know, we seeing now a lot of them brothers, they ain't have to go get their own switches and then tie them together. That didn't happen to them because they not fearful.
Man, I had welts. Come on now.
Boy, I couldn't sit down.
Hey, one time I tried to stuff my pants. I put on 2 pairs of
Oh,
pants.
you about to get it worse.
Look. Hey, bruh, I'm telling you, I put tissue on my mom. She hit me right, and she was like, wait a minute. This don't even feel right. She know that sound, right? Get them damn pants off, boy. I was like, oh, man.
I remember my mama caught me when I was about to go in the, boy, she caught me fresh out the shower, boy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ain't gonna, like when I was getting abused by my foster mom, she'll catch me when I'm asleep. And then I'll wake up and my hands and my ankle was tied to the bed.
Oh,
she's whipping
shit.
me, but that's when I got abused. So, but getting a butt whooping, man, when I tell you, that's not even compared to what the Lord gonna do to you 2/3. Especially those that were saying the name of the Lord. Oh man, I don't want to be them, bro. That's why it's scary to come in this truth, because you want to make sure you're teaching the truth. You want to make sure you're leading your house right. You know.
All right, man. Y'all got any closing words, man? Let's wrap it up.
A Bible ball.
Kwame Yasharahla.
All right, Shalawam, brother. All praise to Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, Barak.
All praises to Yahawah, Bahasham, Yahawashi, Bahasham, Shalawam. Shalawam.